Everybody, I'm delighted to see some familiar faces. Looking forward to meeting some new folks. Wish we could all be together in person. I bet there'll be a time for that before too long, but I'm glad we could connect remotely because we have just a number of important topics to talk about today, and I'm excited to roll up my sleeves and get into those topics with you all. My name is Chris Domaleski. I work for a group called the National Center for the Improvement of Educational Assessment. It's a group that has provided technical support to the Mississippi Department of Education for some years now, and some of you will recognize me as had the pleasure of working with the Accountability Task Force in the past, and I'm pleased to be able to continue to facilitate and advise this year. And why don't we start with doing a proper round of introductions, and then we'll spend a little time just talking about the purpose and the background of the task force. We've got some good, just foundational information to give you about accountability, and then we're going to focus much of our time this morning on identifying and addressing some of the challenges of restarting accountability, chiefly academic growth. So that's kind of our plan for today. We're scheduled to go. We're scheduled to go through noon. We won't keep you any longer. If we get done earlier, then we won't keep you longer than is necessary. So. Without further delay, let me just, Alan, do you want to show the slides, please, sir? And maybe just go to slide 4, and I'll just read off the list of participants in the task force and allow each person to introduce themselves. This will serve as a check as well to make sure we can all hear each other well.
Are you able to see the slides?
I am.
Okay.
Okay, great. That's exactly the slide we need. So why don't I just identify each person in the order they appear, and I'd be happy if you just introduce yourself, tell us what organization and your role there. So I know we can see it, but it'd be great to hear from you as well. So let's start with, oh, I lost the presentation. Anybody else lose it? All right, that's all right. I have a copy here on my desk. It's just me. Karen Howard. Is Karen with us, or perhaps on mute? Okay, Kimmy Strain. Kimmy, are you with us this morning? How about Shalonda Washington?
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I am here. I am Shalonda Washington. I serve as the principal of Canton Elementary School in the Canton Public School District.
Welcome. Thank you for being here, Shalonda.
Thank you.
Anthony Goins.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Goins, Assistant Superintendent in the Clinton Public School District.
Fantastic. Thank you for being here. Ryan Kirkendall.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Kirkendall. I'm the Director of Accountability and Research for DeSoto County Schools. I also serve as the LEA rep for National Forum on Educational Statistics, the LEA rep for Mississippi.
Member of the task force, we're glad to see you back, Ryan. Christy Hovanitz.
Good morning. I'm Christy Hovanitz. I work for Excel and Ed, and I'm a senior policy fellow there. And I've had the pleasure of working with Mississippi over the last decade plus.
I'm glad to see you back, Christy. Looking forward to working with you again.
Thank you.
Kenneth Pulley.
Good morning. I am Kenneth Pulley, Deputy Superintendent of the Greenwood LaFleur Consolidated School District. Great to be here amongst all of you.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir. Frederick Hickman. Frederick Hickman with us?
Hey, good morning.
If folks can just make sure you're on mute if you're not actively speaking, that would help keep down the background noise. Greg Paczek, excuse me if I mispronounced your name.
Yeah, Greg Pazak, Director of Research and Development, Madison County Schools.
Good to see you again, Greg. Alan Burrow.
Alan Burrow, Executive Director of District and School Performance for the Mississippi Department of Education.
Good to hear a lot more from Alan here in a little bit. He's got some great content for you. Deborah Donovan.
Hi, Deborah Donovan, Director of Data Analysis and Reporting here at the MDE. So I'm responsible for the data portion and running the accountability system.
She's a data wizard. We're glad you're with us, Deborah. Paula Vanderford.
Good morning, Paula Vanderford, Chief Accountability Officer at MDE. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank each of you for your willingness to serve on this task force. This is a vital role for you and participation in this process. We committed to Dr. Hovanitz's point over a decade ago to continue the evaluation of the model and to make changes as necessary. And so this group, as I mentioned previously, plays a vital role in those decision-making processes. So we do thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Dr. Vanderford. Jay Smith. Is Jay Smith with us this morning? Richard Ballard. I think I saw Richard. Richard, are you with us?
Hey, good morning. This is Jay Smith. I am with you, Superintendent of North Pike School District.
Thank you, Superintendent Smith. Let me just check again on Richard Balico. Okay, Jacob Dykes.
Good morning. My name is Jacob Dykes. I'm a principal in Ocean Springs School District, and I'm very grateful to be a part of this task force.
Thank you, sir. Fina Hentz.
Hi, yes, I'm Fina Hentz. I am the Accountability Director in Perry County Schools. I'm also the District Test Coordinator and Psychometrist, and recently taken on the role of Technology Director. So I'm glad to be a part of the team as well.
That's a long list. I'm glad you carved out time to be with us today.
Hey, this is Balico. I was trying to talk on my computer, but talking through my phone, so I think y'all can hear me now.
We do hear you, thanks. I thought I saw you, so I'm glad you got your technology sorted out.
All right.
Great. Let's see, I think we're at Amanda Garcia.
Hey, I am Amanda Garcia, one of the assistant principals at Petal High School.
Thanks for being here. Board member Rosemary Altman. Okay, is Ms. Altman with us? Okay, I've introduced myself, Matt Thompson.
Good morning, Matt Thompson, Director of Federal Programs and Accountability, Union County School District.
Great, thank you, Matt. Crystal Bates.
Hi, I'm Crystal Bates. I'm over curriculum and data at the Wayne County High School.
Fantastic, thank you. And Tracy Cameron. Tracy Cameron.
Good morning, Tracy Cameron, Curriculum Director, and several other things, including accountability in West Bolivar Consolidated School District in Rosedale, Mississippi.
Fantastic, thank you for being here. Is there anybody that didn't get a chance to introduce themselves? Maybe they weren't with us when we hit their name or any other reason?
This is Frederick Hickman with Kemper County Schools.
Great, thank you, Dr. Hickman.
I'm Kimmy Strain. I'm the assistant principal and counselor at West Amory Elementary. I apologize for the antlers. We've got themed Christmas days going on this week.
Don't apologize for that. We're glad you're here and we're glad you're bringing a little holiday spirit to our meeting. All right. Anybody else not get a chance to say good morning yet? Okay. Yeah, and I did want to thank you, Dr. Vanderford, for taking a few moments just to give a word of welcome from the department. I don't know if there's anything else that you or Mr. Burrow want to say just by way of teeing up the meeting, or if we're okay just to go into the agenda and get started with that.
I'm good with just starting with the agenda if Alan doesn't have anything else to add.
No, not at this moment. Well, I'll probably address anything in my overview of accountability. So
sounds good. So Alan, I've got this weird glitch. It's happened before. I can work through it where for some reason I just don't see the slides. Obviously, I've got my own copy, and as long as everybody else can see it, I won't linger on that. But if we can just move to the agenda slide, and I'll spend a moment on that, and then I'll talk about purpose and overview. All right. So yeah, I think I mentioned this a little bit in my the first things I said this morning. So I'm going to spend just a few more minutes talking about the purpose and overview of the task force before we pass the baton over to Alan. He's done an amazing job setting up a nice discussion and presentation on the background of Accountability Mississippi. I think you'll find that really useful. I like to keep those slides handy from these first task force meetings, and I hope you will as well, because they're going to be a great reference to you. Then he'll cover some rule changes that I think you'll want to hear about, and also have some implementation of in the presentation. We'll take a quick break, and then sort of the feature attraction for today is this discussion of academic growth. In particular, we're interested in your advice to help make a decision about how to stand up growth in the high school grades, given some of the gaps in the data brought about by the pandemic disruptions. And we'll talk about that in detail. And again, we've got some options that we'd like you to think through with us, and we'll ask for your advice to help us come up with a solution to move forward. We found there was a pretty good process in previous years, just making sure we carve out some time at the end of the meeting. We've carved out a little bit more this meeting than we've done in some in the past to just kind of go around the horn and have everybody say, hey, here are issues I'm thinking about with accountability. Here are things that I want to prioritize. So we'll just go right down the list and say, what do you want to see on the agenda at a future meeting? What kind of topics do you think need our attention as a task force? I'm sure there'll be more than we can get to, but we like to take your list and use that to help us prioritize and shape future agendas. So we really want your, and even if we can't get to it a future agenda, it helps the department prioritize those things that we need to be investigating and helping provide support on. So we'll end with that. Again, if it doesn't take the full time, then we might adjourn a little early, but we wanted to have plenty of space for that, because it's been a while since we communicated and we want to hear from you. If we can move to the next slide about purpose and overview. So as I think I've alluded to a few times, the primary purpose is to help the department make good decisions about the design and implementation of the state school accountability system. This is the system that satisfies the legal requirements under the Every Student Succeeds Act. So we do have some federal constraints there, which will come into our conversation from time to time, but at the same time, we try to be innovative and always technically defensible in our decisions, and really keep students first in everything we do. We try to think about what's going to promote better outcomes for students in Mississippi. We sort of distinguish this from a technical advisory committee insofar as our focus is on policy priorities. Some of our discussions will get a little on the technical side, including the one today. But we'll never come to the task force and say, hey, we want we want to really have you, come up with every little element in a growth model or calculation. What we want to hear from you is, what are the things that ought to be prioritized? What are the criteria to know if it's a good solution? So we'll try to stay at that policy level when we have these conversations. But you'll find from time to time that looking at some data and talking about some technical attributes will be helpful to that discussion. So we'll try to thread the needle appropriately. But with almost every discussion we have, we'll try to step back and reflect and say, what priority does this elevate? What strong rationale for improving outcomes for students in Mississippi can we attach to our recommendation? And I think that'll make sure that we operate in good faith. The work that we do is received as a recommendation to the department. So we'll write up meeting notes, and by the way, we'll circulate those to you. So you'll get to see in future meetings a record of our discussion in previous meetings. And if you have any feedback on that to make them accurate and comprehensive, then we always welcome that. But those your advice does go as a recommendation to the department, which is used in conjunction with other sources of advice and recommendation to ultimately shape the decisions that the leadership makes. Next slide, and then I'll pause and open it up for any questions. We did think of some ground rules and group norms we think will help us to be effective as a group. Again, folks that have worked with us in the past will recognize these. We haven't changed them. And hopefully you'll see these as entirely reasonable and sort of in keeping with just good professional and courteous practices. We just ask that you come to these meetings and engage actively and listen. Don't ever be shy about asking for clarification. It's we want you to really lean into these discussions and make sure you're tracking along. And if there's anything that we can do to make sure that that's happening, just let us know. And I'm, in terms of as a facilitator, you won't ruffle my feathers. You can use the hand raise feature. You can put something in the chat. You can just take yourself off mute and speak up. As far as I'm concerned, any mechanism to have your voice be heard is fine with me. Yeah, we do want folks to have an opportunity to be heard. We hope nobody ever leaves these task force saying I never had a chance to share my perspectives. So please take advantage of your opportunities. It's been our experience that we won't always agree all of the time. So, but we just do try to have the norms that say, if you have colleagues that are sharing perspectives that you're not in line with, let's listen and learn from them and, critique ideas, not people, organizations, or motivations, and then say, oh, I have another perspective I'd like to share. We'll attempt to make decisions based on consensus. So it's not our desire to take a vote. It's not our first desire, I should say, to take a vote, but we have on occasion, and we probably will again. So we sort of, our first principle is to say, can we all just kind of build on comments and come up with something that we have unanimity in, that we all have shared agreement on? But if there's a split, then we may need to take a vote and say, well, the majority really support this point of view, so that's what we'll put as our recommendation. But when we do that, we always like to put a little text in the meeting documentation saying there was a competing point of view that said this for this reason, just to honor all the perspectives of everybody in the task force. I'm pretty sure the confidential information doesn't apply because I think we're being publicly broadcast. Is that right? Yeah, that's so right. We won't bring anything to this meeting that's not appropriate in public. But if ever we do get to a place where it's confidential, we ask that you would honor that. I don't think that's going to be the case given the public facing nature of the meeting. And then I already mentioned that we will end the meeting asking you to help us prioritize topics for future meetings and discuss any action items. So we really want you to help us be clear about, hey, before we meet again, can we make sure we follow up on A, B, and C? And again, we may not be able to get to everything, but we'll do our level best to make sure that we honor the priorities set forth by the task force. So I've been doing a lot of talking. In terms of purpose and overview and kind of the ground rules and norms, the way we work, are there any questions from the task force about that?
Dr. Domaleski, I don't have any questions. I just want to emphasize, that as we talk about things, it's certainly subject to change. Just because we make a decision or think we have consensus in one meeting doesn't mean that based on impact data that we bring back in future meetings may not actually change that decision somewhat. And just emphasize that this body, again, is to make recommendations. There's quite a few approval processes that we have to go through as we make these decisions. And this moves forward to our technical advisory committee for review, as well as approval by the Commission on School Accreditation. And then finally, the State Board of Education, which will grant permission for public comment. And so then there's a public comment period in which we have to go through. So any decision that's made, of course, is not final at the time that we reach consensus at this level. We have a process that we have to follow, and I know those of you are familiar with that, but oftentimes those of us that are in this meeting or those that may be watching the meeting publicly just take it as a rule today and forget that it's subject to change.
Thank you, Dr. Vandenford. That's an important reminder. Anything else from anybody on the task force about our purpose and the way in which we work? Okay, hearing none, we won't delay further. Mr. Burrow, I will pass the baton to you.
Okay, so let me just double check everybody can see the slides, correct? Except for Dr. Domleski. Okay, good. So what we want to do, and we did this at our first meeting of the previous task force, is run through kind of an overview of accountability. We don't want to assume that everybody in the room is an expert in accountability. We have different levels of expertise here, and that's intentional. We want representation across our group of stakeholders. And so I'm going to just kind of give a accountability 101, and if you have any questions, I'll open it up for questions when I get done. And, you know, also, as we discuss things as a group, don't ever hesitate to ask questions for anything that you may want to know. Don't feel like anybody has any stupid questions. So just thinking about big picture when we look at accountability, we want to, there's three things that I see as a big picture items for accountability. One is to establish a set of minimum standards for schools and districts to ensure that students are ready to compete in a national workforce and go on to post-secondary education. Accountability works in the reporting sense to inform the public on how well schools and districts are performing. And Mississippi's accountability system looks at state tests and whether or not students are improving from year to year and whether or not students are on track to graduate on time. And then thirdly, accountability drives behavior, as we know, in schools and districts, and influences planning and interim measures of performance, and works to ensure that students are able to perform both on state assessments, but also standardized national assessments as well, which we have seen over the past couple of years. Many of you have seen this, but Mississippi was first in the nation in improvement on the NAEP assessment in fourth grade math and fourth grade reading. These are the type of results that we're looking for that help to validate that our assessment standards and accountability measures are working and making progress for Mississippi students relative to other states in the nation. Again, just another summary slide on how well students performed from 2009 to 2019 on the NAEP assessment. And of course, we have another round of NAEP coming up soon. Another area that we saw impressive improvement was in the participation and performance in advanced placement and other accelerated courses in Mississippi. Once those courses were incorporated into the accountability model, many of you who have been involved in accountability over the years know about the phased-in process that we did back in 15-16 to incorporate acceleration into accountability, and we can see that impact has provided opportunities for more students in acceleration. We also look at the Mississippi Academic Assessment Program, our standard assessments in ELA, math, science, and U.S. history. Here, we're a little chart for ELA and math of how students have improved over the years on our math assessments, with our little hiccup in 2020 with COVID-19 bringing us back down a bit, but hopefully we can get back on track as soon as possible with performance on math. So just a little summary slide about what accountability looked like prior to 2013. 1988 saw the first accountability system in the states, with just districts being rated 1 through 3 based on student performance. In 95, districts had a new rating system of 1 through 5 based on performance. In 03, schools were also rated with a level 1 through 5 based on performance and growth. In 2009, we had districts and schools getting ratings on 7 different rating summary in performance, growth, and completion, which also incorporated a completion index and a quality of distribution index rating. And then 2013 saw the current model that we have in place now. So as you know, Mississippi has an A through F statewide accountability system that is a single system that's applicable with both state and federal requirements. Not all states have an A through F rating for a summer or even a summative rating for schools and districts. This system was approved on January 17th of 2014 and developed in collaboration with stakeholder meetings such as the Accountability Task Force. So Mississippi Code 3717-6 is where we find the accountability system. And if you wanted to look up kind of those state policy guidelines or guide rails, if you will, in which we function, we have guide rails that we function in accountability decisions based on both state and federal policy. So some things that the state law mentions is to incorporate a standard-based growth model, to not use a quality distribution index, which is what we used in the previous system, to have a federally compliant 4-year graduation rate, and to not use the high school completion index that was used before, which incorporated 5th year graduation and other measures of completion. And then that we increase standards when 75% of students are proficient, or when 65% of schools and districts earn a B or higher grade. We have not met that threshold yet from state law. The other guide rails that I mentioned are federal accountability requirements. And what the federal government is most interested in is the identification of schools for improvement. So on the right-hand side of this slide, the box that says identification for schools for comprehensive support and improvement, targeted support and intervention, and additional targeted support and intervention schools. So our goals, our performance goals and expectations and accountability, and what we use to identify those schools for improvement are consistent with the state accountability system and have been approved by the federal government to be used in this manner. So that's our federal side of the accountability requirements. So in summary, in Mississippi, we're looking at proficiency and performance. How do students perform on the state assessment? Whether or not students are improving from each year. So that's our growth model. Whether or not students participate in assessment and classes. The federal government defines that schools and districts must have a 95% participation rate in standardized assessments. And then also, did students graduate? Did they complete on time within 4 years? So we have standardized assessments in 3 through 8, reading, language, arts, and math. High school end-of-course assessments in English 2, Algebra 1, U.S. history, and science. We have alternate assessments for 3 through 8, reading and math, and we measure proficiency but not growth in grades 5 and 8 science, biology, and U.S. history in the course assessments. Other states may have additional assessments that are not necessarily required by federal law. In Mississippi, we have only one that's not required by federal accountability requirements, and that's the U.S. history end of course assessment. So there are many different growth models out there. In Mississippi, we use this transition table, as I've heard Dr. Domilesi call it, but it's a growth model that's easy to interpret, easy to understand, and easy to reproduce. It looks at how students perform on the state assessment across proficiency levels from one year to the next. So at the bottom of this visualization here, we've got the 1 through 5 is the proficiency levels on the state assessment. Levels 1, 2, and 3 are split in half. So we have a 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, and that is to show smaller increments of growth as students move towards proficiency, which is considered level 4 and level 5. There's also some additional weighting in our growth model so that if students cross a proficiency level, so if a student gets a level 1 in their baseline year and the next year they get a 3 on proficiency, there's a a quarter, 25% additional weighting on that, so they get a 1.25 for growth. And then any student that moves to advanced or level 5 proficiency gets a 1.25 on growth. Another thing that's important to point out is that students who stay at level 4 from one year to the next earn a point for the school and district for growth. So although they have not progressed up a level, as long as they stay proficient, the school and district gets credit for growth. And a student that stays at level 5 from 1 year, so if a student is advanced and stays advanced, 1.25 points for growth are awarded to the school and district for that student. And so all of these different components are compiled for each school and district, so I'll talk about those. This is a table that shows the different components for the 700-point schools, so elementary and middle schools. So proficiency in reading, math, and science are included. Growth for all students and growth of the lowest 25%. So you'll see that there's added emphasis for the lowest performing students because those students are counting multiple times in the accountability system for that school, counting in the lowest 25, the growth of all students, and in proficiency measures. There's also an English language progress measure, which was incorporated per federal requirements a few years ago, that is 35 points and just measures progress from year to year, whether or not students are meeting progress goals on the English language proficiency exam, and with the summative goal of being that students exit the English language learning program within 5 years of entry. In the event that a school doesn't have English language learners are enough to have a measure for English language progress, those points are redistributed across the remaining components. So all of these other components that have 95 points would go back to 100 points. Also, there are some schools that do not have 5th or 8th grade, so they do not have science. So those schools have 600 possible points, and we just do a simple conversion to put those schools on a 700-point scale. So schools that don't have science, we just measure the percentage of points that they earned out of 600 and then apply that to the 700-point scale. So these are the indicators for high schools and districts. Again, proficiency in English or reading, math, and science. Also, we have U.S. history. Our growth measures are the same. We've added in graduation rate, acceleration, college and career readiness, and again, we have English language progress. So I'll touch on these additional components, graduation, acceleration, college, career readiness. So in acceleration, we're looking at, we're going to have two looks. One is at participation and the other is at performance. So participation looks at whether or not students are participating in accelerated courses so we're looking at students that are in the 11th or 12th grade plus any 9th and 10th grade students that participated in accelerated courses and are successful in those courses. And then for performance, we're looking at, of the students that participated, which ones were successful in those accelerated courses that they were taking. So there's 25 points for participation and 25 points for performance for that component. And then college and career readiness looks at whether or not students meet the benchmark in ACT, in English or reading, and math. So 50% of points for each of those. And now new to the accountability model is whether or not students are able to achieve a certification on ACT Work Keys, a silver for students that have a career pathway or industry certification, and then whether or not students achieve a certification of gold or platinum, regardless of whether or not they're in a career pathway or if they're a CTE student. So it's a maximum of 1 point per student, so students could earn any of those different qualifications in order to earn credit in the accountability system up to 1 point. Graduation rates, as I mentioned earlier, are defined in federal and state statute and are consistent. So we look at the 4-year adjusted cohort as defined by federal law, whether or not students are graduating within 4 years. Students that receive a traditional high school diploma are the ones that are counted as a graduate. Students that receive any other completion, like an occupational diploma or certificate of attendance or GED, are considered a completer. Students that are still enrolled in month 1 of the 5th year are counted as still enrolled. And then we have the dropout rate for all other students. So we report traditional graduates as the graduation rate, and then we report a dropout rate. So once we have calculated all of those different components that we went through, we get a total score or a composite score for schools and districts, and then that converts to A through F summative rating per this chart. So whenever standards are established for this rating, we have a scale for separately for districts, 700-point schools and 1,000-point schools. So that's why we have 3 different scales here. And that those cuts for grade assignments are established and set such that they can change from year to year, so they're not reestablished each year. And we can see that here as this number of districts and schools rated C or higher have changed from 2016 to 2019. And those cuts will remain in place until we reach a point where state statute requires that we reestablish standards, as I mentioned earlier. So, as Dr. Vanderford mentioned earlier, we have a process for continuous review and improvement of the accountability system. So, as you might imagine, we receive public feedback frequently and often, and we consider that feedback along with feedback that we receive from schools and districts and bring items to the accountability task force that we think are viable changes or improvements to the accountability system. So this is where you come into place. We will bring items to you to get your feedback and kind of kick back to us on your thoughts about changes to the accountability system and how you see that might impact schools and districts and ultimately student performance in the state. Then we take those recommendations and again, we will take those that are viable and within state and federal policy guidelines to the Commission on School Accreditation. They will consider recommendations to be made to the State Board of Education, and then the State Board of Education ultimately will allow us to put forth a change, a proposed change for accountability for public comment. We go through a public comment period. We get those public comment period, the public comments back, and ultimately comes back to the State Board for either approval or denial of changes in policy. So those are pretty consistent and consistently applied, and we'll talk about some proposed rule changes today that will come forward from the meetings of the Accountability Task Force previously. So that kind of finishes up my Accountability 101. So I will check to see if anybody has any questions, and I'll be willing to go back to any of these slides if we need to look at any of those in detail. Okay, I don't hear or see anything. Let me make sure there's nothing in chat. So Dr. Domaleski, do you want me to?
I think so. Let's just keep moving forward. We're making good time. We're about 15 minutes ahead of schedule, but yeah, why don't we just move on to the rule changes? And folks, if you need to go backwards at any point, we'll stay flexible. So don't be shy if you think of a question later.
Okay, so for our proposed rule changes, as I mentioned, we had several rule changes that were in the process when the pandemic came about and kind of disrupted accountability, which put those in the back burner because they weren't going to impact our calculations of accountability at the time. So I want to bring back those to kind of get some feedback from you to see if you have any concerns or comments on those before we put those out. We'll need to put those out for public comment ultimately for changes impacting the current year and how we will calculate accountability at the end of the school year. So some things that were discussed before, the first one being there was a concern that students that participated in Algebra 1 in the 8th grade or the 7th grade had a lower grade prior, so a 6th grade prior or 7th grade prior, and those students were getting calculated into the low 25 in a different bucket, if you will. So they were being calculated for low 25 for a 7th grade or 6th grade prior assessment. And the problem with that was that it was improperly creating a higher group of those students in the low 25 than probably should have been based on their performance. So the Accountability Task Force talked about how we might be able to fix that, and the proposed rule change is to add 7.4 to say that any baseline assessment score is used in the identification of the lowest performing 25% of students for grades 10 through 12 that have a prior assessment below 8th grade will be standardized to the 8th grade level assessment, so that those prior scores, whether they're 6th grade, 7th grade, or 8th grade math, they'll be standardized and then considered all together in the identification of the lowest 25% of students for math in high school. Hopefully that's not too confusing. Maybe if anybody on the task force that was in the task force prior has any comments on that. Oops. Does that rule change? Is that rule change clear to everyone? Does anybody see that it needs to be worded a different way, or recommend that it be worded a different way?
Good morning. Again, this is Kenneth Pulley. I think my question is around the term standardized.
Okay.
What exactly? I heard you say any prior assessment, any baseline assessment would serve as that point to determine lowest 25%. But if you would explain maybe what is the process towards standardizing, I guess.
Dr. Domaleski, do you want to help?
Sure. Yeah. This can get a little technical, but let's definitely roll up our sleeves and get into it to the extent that's helpful to the task force. So the way that Mississippi's MAP assessment system is sort of one of the features of it is they're all scaled independently. And so there's the characteristics and features of each test can vary a little from test to test. And so when we say standardize, it's a mechanism to put them on the same scale. So instead of having apples and oranges, we've got apples to apples comparisons. You know, one of the things that we noticed when we were trying to solve for this was that there were some real unusual patterns that defied logic for some of those baseline assessments, and it was because if a student, for example, who had taken the 6th or the 7th grade test as their prior could have been advantaged or disadvantaged compared to a student who had taken another test as their prior, taking maybe the 6 to 7 versus 7 to 8. So yeah, standardized just means put on the same scale so it's apples to apples.
Dr. Hickman, Kemper County Schools. So if I'm hearing you correctly, that when this was considered, they were using the data from the elementary math tests whenever the students in the 8th grade was taking an algebra, and that's how they were placed in that particular bin?
Yeah, I think the problem we were trying to solve for is that you shouldn't be, well, I think there's two things that motivated this. One is we really wanted to honor what the lowest quartile was about, which was really about rewarding progress for students who were more in need of support, and you didn't want to sort of capture in that net high-performing students who take algebra very early, but by virtue of the characteristics of those assessments were in the low quartile group. It just it wasn't consistent with the logic of the accountability model. So that was sort of one thing. And the other is we said it really shouldn't make a difference. You shouldn't be systematically advantaged or disadvantaged depending on which prior you had. So if somebody had a 7th grade prior or a 6th grade prior, we shouldn't look at that and say, well, one of those groups seems to have a boost compared to the other group. So that the standardization is intended to equalize that.
Yeah, I think ultimately here we want to ensure that policy, accountability policy, does not discourage schools and districts from offering Algebra 1 to students who want to take it in the 8th or 7th grade. Okay, if there's no more on that one, I will move forward to the next one. So, as you know, we have a relatively new MAP-A scale and assessment, and we have that scale is not consistent with MAP. So we had to talk about incorporating how we calculate the lowest 25 for MAP-A. And so the discussion included, again, how do we continue and be consistent with applying the policy in such a way that the intent or the outcome of identifying the lowest 25 is consistent for both the regular assessment and the standardized, the alternate assessment. And so where the task force landed was to calculate a lowest 25 group in MAP-A at the school and district level by subject, but to combine for all grades. And so whereas where we calculate the lowest 25 in the standardized assessment or the standards assessment by grade and by subject, in this method we would calculate the lowest 25 by subject because those scores are not different across grade levels. And then that every school should have at least one examinee in the lowest 25% for MAP-A, so that there would not be a minimum N size rule to be applied for MAP-A lowest 25 calculation. And then if multiple students have the same score as the score serving as the threshold for the low 25, all the students with that score or lower designated as low 25. Now that's consistent with how we do it for other students. Basically, we calculate what is the threshold score for the lowest quartile, and then all of those students that meet that score or lower are included in the low 25. So this required two rules to be applied. One was 3.2.3, which is the section of rules that discuss minimum N counts, to say that there would be no N count minimum applied in the identification of the lowest performing 25% student subgroup for students taking the alternate assessment. And then 7.1.4, which is where we get the rules discuss the lowest 25%, to say that the lowest performing 25% of student subgroup for students taking the alternate assessment will be identified by subject, but not by each grade level. And then the other rules as established would then be applicable for calculating the low 25 and including MAP-A. So again, in summary, this is to ensure that we are identifying MAP-A in the low 25 and then doing it consistent with prior discussions of the task force. Do those rules rule changes make sense?
And I can provide just a tiny bit more context if folks, if it would be helpful to folks. Yeah, and it just maybe as a good starting place, just to remind folks that remember that at the school level, the number of examinees for MAP-A is very tiny. And that's really the core of the issue here. So, you know, determining the lowest quartile, lowest 25% is fairly straightforward if you say have 100 examinees. You can say, oh, where's the point below which I have 25 examinees? There it is. But what if you have 3 examinees or 2 examinees, which is not uncommon at all with the MAP-A. I think the vast majority of schools in the state have 5 or fewer MAP-A examinees. So, you know, how do you figure out the lowest quartile if, say, there are just 2 scores? Well, this rule says pick the lower one. What if you have 2 scores and they're both the same? This rule says, well, there's got to be at least 1, so both of them. Or what if there's 3 scores? And so you can see all the different sort of permutations that could come about. And I think, and I appreciated the task force really tried to keep first principles first here and said, MAP-A is important to include. Even though these n sizes are tiny and make the application of the lowest quartile difficult, we should always have at least 1 score that qualifies. And the whole business, the second piece, is really just about trying to boost the n size a little bit, saying if we could take it out of the grade constraints and just keep it at the subject level, then it'll be a little less prickly of a problem. So that's what this was about. And I gotta tell you, MAP-A is important for students with significant cognitive disabilities. It's obviously a central and high priority program. It doesn't move the needle a lot for accountability, but we think it sends an important message to the field that all students matter, including your students with significant disabilities. So yeah, just a little extra context.
All right, well, if we don't have any further comments or questions on that, we'll move to the next set. This rule change goes back and looks at some feedback that we received about the fact that students that were graduating early were not being included in acceleration calculations. So this was a discussion that worked to identify that. So previously, what was happening was only students that had an enrollment in month 8 were being included in the acceleration calculation. And then there was a business rule in acceleration that said that FAE would not be considered for acceleration. So the task force discussed to ensure that those students are included in acceleration that we look at FAE, whether or not the student met FAE for the fall or in the spring, or if they're in a traditional schedule, whether or not they met FAE for the traditional schedule, and then include those acceleration calculations for those students so that they are included. So regardless of if a student graduates in December of their senior year, but they participated in accelerated courses, that the school and district would get credit for that participation and performance. So 2 rules that we see that needed to be applied. 9.8 was the one that said that FAE would not be considered. So we'd be striking that statement and saying students enrolled in a block schedule must meet FAE either in the fall or spring to be included in the acceleration component. And in students enrolled in a traditional schedule must meet FAE for the traditional schedule to be included in the acceleration component. The other concern was there are students who take, for example, an AP course or AP assessment, and that AP assessment gets reported back to the department. And there may not be a course associated with that AP assessment. Those students are crediting schools and districts with that AP credit from that course, that assessment that they took. So there was a concern about how that is applied when we look at FAE, because now we're not just looking at month 8 enrollment. So there was a decision, or the recommendation was that we apply any of those credits not associated with a course to the school or district of final enrollment. So adding in 9.11 says that in the event that an accelerated credential as identified in 9.2. 9.2 defines what are accelerated credentials that we are including in accountability, such as AP. So for any of those that are reported for a student that's not associated with a course, that the credential will be included in the calculation wherever the student meets FAE last. So for the final school in which the student meets FAE. So again, I'll just ask if those rules make sense, and if you would maybe word anything any different, or just for clarity purposes, or if anybody has any questions about the intent of those rule changes.
Hey, Alan, to clarify on the first rule with 8th and 7th grade algebra, if the school or district doesn't have any 8th or 7th grade algebra, nothing changes, right? Because you're standardizing it to meet that 8th grade requirement or that 8th grade assessment. So therefore, nothing would change. Am I correct in that?
Okay, wait. So you're discussing the lowest quartile identification rule?
Yes.
So what are you concerned that would change?
So for instance, like if you're a district or school that doesn't have any 8th or 7th grade algebra 1 or biology, it's all at the high school level, 9th or 10th.
Yeah.
Nothing changes for you because you're standardizing the 8th and 7th grade, since it's coming from an earlier grade level, to match the 8th grade, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, this addresses the baseline scores of the priors below 8th grade, yeah. So everything else is untouched.
I have another question here, and just trying to get some clarity. For our students who are 10th grade now, they were the students who did not take the 8th grade assessment from the year when we exited abruptly. So that means that the 7th grade score becomes the score that they would have last taken before they are now taking the algebra test. So my question is, in that standardization or standardizing of the scale, if a student scored proficient, if I was level 4 in 7th grade math, and we've been working from, let's say we've been working with our students since August, knowing that that's where, that's the only score that we have on this student, level 4 from 7th grade math. Does that, because there are two different scales in 7th grade math and 8th grade math, how can we be sure that my proficient score in 7th grade math won't be a 3A or 3B when it is standardized, thus possibly changing the student's target or growth target? And I only say that just because, and that may not be a good example, but it could matter if that particular student scored a level 2, and then now my score is 1. So I'm just thinking about some goal setting things that we work with our students, and I'm just concerned about a change. I'm okay with the standardizing of the scale, but does that change my performance level?
No, I think that's a good question for clarification, because I don't want anyone to get confused about this. This does not affect proficiency measures for students or growth measures for students. This only affects how students are identified in the low 25. Gotcha. So the question is, which students count in low 25? And that's the only thing that this affects, is how we identify those students, but it will not affect whatever their growth score is or whatever their proficiency score is.
Got it.
Okay, so any other questions on this acceleration change? Okay, we have one other that's pretty simple. We've had a lot of questions about work keys and whether or not other administrations of work keys, prior administration of work keys, administration of work keys outside of the state contract will be included in accountability. And I think it's pretty clear that the intent was that work keys would be included in accountability in a similar way as ACT. And right now, any administration of the ACT is considered for accountability purposes. So a student could take ACT in the 8th grade and meet benchmarks. If they do that, that's good enough where that will count in accountability. They don't have to take it again, or they don't have to have a different administration of the ACT for it to be included in accountability. So we want to apply that in the same manner for work keys. So just looking back at the business rule that addresses that, that's 25.7, which says that the highest available subscore for ACT for each student at the end of month 9 in mathematics and English or reading as described above will be included in college and career readiness indicator for accountability purposes. So all we're doing is adding in or work key certification. So to make that consistent, to say that a student can earn a work key certification at any point up until month 9 of their senior year, and it be considered for accountability purposes. And we're working on adding that that data collection in MSIS, consistent with how we collect ACT. So there's an ACT update screen in MSIS. We're looking at just adding some columns to that for a work key certification entry. So just like ACT, we would include the data from that we receive directly from ACT for any certifications that have been received, and then the district would have the ability to enter a work key certification outside of that state contract. Okay, that's all I have for proposed.
Hey, Alan, I do have one question on the work key certification. This is Jay Smith, North Pike School District. Clarify for me again, if you have a student who takes both the ACT and the work keys, is there a maximum point that they can get, or amount of points, I should say? Didn't you say that earlier?
Yes, yes. So each student can count to a max of 1 point in college and career readiness.
All right, so there's no scenario where one district would have an advantage over another because they have a strong career technical program where the kids are taking both work keys and the ACT. So that's been addressed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And Alan, I would just like to add for the group, and we probably will meet in January before the January board meeting, but all of the rule changes that have been proposed and have been discussed, we're going to go ahead and submit those to the state board to begin the APA process in January, so that districts will know in advance of these. I mean, there'll be some decisions that likely will not be made by the January board meeting. And usually we like to take all of the proposed rule changes at one time and have one APA process, but we're getting a lot of questions from districts about some of these topics that Alan has just discussed. So we want to go ahead and get that out in the public and get that codified so districts will have the answers to those questions moving forward.
Hey, Alan, one comment that I'm sure y'all are thinking of, but I'm just thinking through because when we do that ACT highest verification process in MSIS, so you have the two different measures for work keys. So if silver is only required if they also complete the CTE pathway, but yet it's gold or platinum if they don't. So I don't know how you work that in the system, but I'm just thinking through explaining that to our folks, and that could be a little tricky. So whatever y'all require for that.
Okay. I'll have to take a note on that one because I know that the technical requirements for identifying those students have been considered, but I can't necessarily. Deborah is on the call. She may be able to help. Deborah, do you have any thoughts on that?
Can you repeat that again, Ryan?
Well, just when we go in and update it, so for instance, like let's say we're updating it to a work keys, the student didn't meet the ACT benchmark, but they met the work keys. So then it's, okay, well, did they complete a CTE pathway? Do we have to show that in the MSIS system so that silver meets that mark? Or you see what I'm saying? Is there an extra step there where you have to upload or, just something to think about?
I don't think so, but yeah, we'll make sure of that. I know we will be receiving the work keys data directly, so this will be another completion. We have not discussed any linkage between pathway completion on the back side of that, but we will take a look at that and make sure that we don't need to add something in.
Can I ask, does that hold the same value of a student completing a CTE pathway and then receiving a silver rating on the work keys? Does that hold the same value as a student that doesn't complete CTE but receives a gold rating?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we're doing well on time. So if anybody has any other questions on what we've talked about thus far, now's a good opportunity. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Domaleski.
Great. Thanks. I suggest, if it's agreeable to the group, I know we're running early. We've only gone a little over an hour, but I think we go ahead and take our scheduled break now. If we don't, it's going to be a long time before we get to it because I think this next topic is going to take us a while. So my recommendation is it's 9:11. Why don't we go ahead and break to 9:26, take a 15-minute break. Is that okay with folks? And we'll start back at 9:26 with the growth topic. So we'll see you in 15 minutes. and hopefully people were able to get a break in. I'll just give folks just a moment to settle back in, and maybe we'll start. Have been able to settle back in, and let's tackle our kind of central substantive topic for today. I'm sure this will be the first of multiple topics in future meetings where we really try to understand and address some of the impacts of the pandemic on the accountability system. And the one issue that we thought really deserves to be at the forefront was this issue of academic growth. And here's the issue. I'll spend a little time explaining it. As with everything else in this meeting, don't hesitate to jump right in the chat, use a hand raise, or just speak up at any point to get clarification. We want to make sure that folks are following along comfortably. So the growth challenge that we're trying to address for restarting accountability in school year 22 is related to the issue about using a cohort-based approach in high school to calculate growth. So high school growth requires a score in Algebra 1 for mathematics and English 2 for ELA, in addition to a prior score, so nothing other than a baseline score, which is typically 8th grade math and 8th grade English language arts. So, and I'll talk a little bit more specifically what kind of cohorts can be constructed and are used in the accountability system. Of course, what we know is that students can take these courses at different grades, and anytime the test is taken before grade 10, which is quite often, then they're banked, which just means they are waiting to be drawn and used when the student is in grade 10. So I'm not going to spend time on this slide. I mostly just put it here just as an easy reference in case we have questions about how growth is calculated. Mr. Burrow addressed that in his remarks, but just a quick reminder.
Chris, I think the slides are not advancing.
Oh.
From your control, so you may just need to tell me, and I'll
well,
make.
Let me try this and see if it works.
Oh, yep. Now it says you took control of the presentation. So.
Okay. Thanks for letting me know about that.
All right.
Yeah, this slide just hopefully covered the remarks that I made verbally. And then thanks again, Alan. And this is the slide that is that Alan talked about earlier, and that I just wanted to make sure is easily accessible for this conversation in case you have questions about growth calculations. But let's talk a little bit about some of these scenarios and how missing data plays out in this challenge. So we'll start with mathematics. There's 3 primary scenarios. I actually could have included a 4th, and I'll say more about that in just a second. But the top row, that shows if a student takes Algebra 1 in grade 10, we would go back to 2020 when they were 8th graders and use their grade 8 math score as a prior, as their baseline score. And you see those shaded cells, easy for me to say, indicate that we didn't have data that year. So obviously, anytime you see 2020, it's going to be shaded because the assessments were suspended that year. So we wouldn't have a prior in that circumstance. The most common scenario deals with students who took algebra in grade 9. We also go back to 2020 when they were 8th graders. We would also find missing data in that scenario. So we lack a prior score. That third row is a different version of the challenge. In my view, is actually a little trickier. that is where we're actually missing the outcome score. We're missing, so if we have a student who is an 8th grader and took Algebra 1 in 2020, or I should say should have taken Algebra 1 in 2020, we don't have their actual algebra measure. And so it really makes that a particularly challenging version of this missing data problem. We could have put a row in there for students who take algebra in grade 7, and we would show their prior in grade 6. Only about 0.5% of students in Mississippi fall into that category. It's not that, but the good news about that is that that scenario shouldn't be touched by missing data. And some of the principles that we have to share with you now are applied. We feel like we'll be able to address those students in that cohort. But the most common scenario you see is that middle group, and I believe about 65% of students in the state fall into that category. So language arts is the same concept, but different cohorts. So the most common scenario are students who take English 2 as 10th graders. Again, if you're looking for their prior score, their baseline score, you'd want to go back to 2020 and look for their grade 8 ELA score. You wouldn't find it because that was the big pandemic year of no testing. So same challenge, different subject area. And then we do have some students who take English 2 in grade 9. Similar challenge. We don't have a prior for them either for the same reasons. So anyway, this is all just to kind of tee up the problem we're trying to solve. And hope just jump right in if you have any questions about any of this so far. So the Technical Advisory Committee for the state actually met last week. I had the privilege of being in Jackson and working with that group. And we talked about this and came up with what I'll call some just kind of categories for potential solutions for dealing with missing data. So we just tried to cast a broad net and say, what are some potential approaches that could be considered to address these challenges? The most prominent alternative that emerged, and this is something that other states are implementing and have implemented as well, so Mississippi wouldn't be alone, is to look at doing skip year growth. So if you have a prior score missing, then attempt to find another prior from a previous year. And I've got some slides that'll show what that looks like here in just a moment. So I'm missing a prior in 2020. Well, can I use a test score in 2019 if it's available? That's what that means. Another potential way to address the missing data issue is to just remove a score that's missing. So again, I'm not sort of arguing for or against any of these right now. I'm just trying to show the range of alternatives we could think about. But we could say, well, why don't we just calculate the scores that we have and take out of the numerator and the denominator any scores that we don't have or some that fall into categories that might be particularly problematic. A third potential approach for trying to address this problem is substitute with the student's most recent growth score. There's actually 2 different ways we could talk about this, and you'll see this in some of the options we're going to share with you in a moment. We can talk about doing this at the student level. So we can say if Chris, we can't calculate Chris's growth score, go back to the last time we had a growth score for Chris and just put it in the model. We could also talk about just wholesale taking the school's previous growth score and using that in the model. So whenever we talk about taking a prior growth score, either at the student or the school level, and using it in place of growth that would be newly calculated in 22, we call that kind of the legacy score approach. So it just means using the old score instead of calculating a new score. So those are some categories, and you may think of others, and we'd be happy to hear if there are some additional ideas that you have. Let me show you a little bit more what we mean by skip year growth, and I've tried to distill this to focus the conversation a bit into some options that we think merit consideration, and we will go over those with you and hope to get your feedback. So here's an illustration of what I mean by skip year growth. So hopefully this doesn't surprise you. Here we are in mathematics. So growth for Algebra 1 in 2022, we reach all the way back to 2019 and pick their 7th grade math scores and use that as a prior to implement the transition table. And again, you see this play out for each of these cohorts that I talked about earlier. We might be looking at algebra taken in 2021 when the student was a 9th grader. We'd also reach back and use grade 7 in lieu of grade 8 math as a prior to calculate skip year growth for that student. This last scenario, when we talked about it at the TAC, we thought that it would not be appropriate to substitute another score or try to estimate a score in lieu of what we'll call the outcome measure. So in that case, I would, well, the tax position was that skip year growth isn't available. So you can use skip year to substitute a prior or a baseline, but if we don't have Algebra 1 for a student, then that's just a special circumstance and a unique challenge, and there's not an easy alternative for dealing with that challenge. In language arts, it looks like this. Again, if the student took English 2 as a 10th grader in 22, we'd look back to 2019 as their prior in the same way that we would for mathematics for a similar cohort. And then you see how that looks if the student took English 2 as a 9th grader. In both cases, we're reaching back to grade 7 as a prior to calculate skip year growth. So all of this is, we try to distill this into 3 different options. And again, you may think of others, and that's perfectly fine. So we're not constraining the conversation to this, but we thought it would be helpful to you if we came before you with 3 categories or options that we think are ways to navigate through this challenge. And I'll talk about them, and I do have, in case one of your questions might be, what do we know about the impact of skip year growth? I do have a couple of slides here at the end about that, so just note that that's coming as well. So the first option would be if growth priors are missing, then calculate using skip year growth, and that's the case in both option 1 and option 2. So skip year growth is central to both of those alternatives. That where they differ is if we don't have the outcome test, the Algebra 1 or English 2. English 2 would be very rare, I would expect. I don't know if any student ever takes English 2 in grade 8. But if that's the case, and this is what we do in that case. But we do obviously have a number of students who take Algebra 1 in grade 8. So if the outcome test is missing, then no score would be assigned. We would just remove that from the numerator and the denominator. So growth would only be counted for skip year growth using a replacement prior score. And then an added piece to this alternative that we're suggesting we consider is, in order to be abundantly cautious and fair, is to compare the score that the school would receive using this method with the last growth score that the school received, presumably in 2019, and use the higher of the 2. So if somebody were to say, I feel like this approach penalized our school in some systematic way, then they would be able to use legacy growth at the school level in place of growth calculated this new way. Option 2 only differs from option 1 insofar as we'd say we would substitute the student's legacy growth score. So here we're using this at the student level, not at the school level. So the process in option 2 says you skip your growth if you can to fill in for a missing prior. If student is missing Algebra 1, go back for that student and find that student's last growth score, if there's one available, and use that for the student, and then roll all that up to get a school growth score. So instead of dropping it out, you're sort of substituting a new approach for getting growth for those students in that cohort. And then still do the same thing at the end that I gave voice to in option 1, which is still take a look and see, is the outcome for growth using those procedures more or less favorable than the last growth score the school received. And if the school's legacy growth score was more favorable, they get an opportunity to use that. So again, there's lots of checks here to make sure that we're not systematically advantaging or disadvantaging performance. I mean, there's other options here. Option 3 says just use legacy altogether. Don't try to fill in gaps using skip year. Just give everybody their last growth score. That's something that this task force may advise as an alternative. In the TAC, we talked about, well, would it be a good idea to just drop growth out of the model and redistribute the weights with the remaining elements? TAC didn't feel like that was a good idea, and I can explain why if you're interested. But I just say that to make the point that there are other choices that this task force might want to consider as you fully try to explore the solution space here. Let's see, I have a few more slides, and these slides really are just intended to show the steps a little bit more clearly for each option. So it's not new information here, but it just, I created these if-then statements to help make it clear. So option 1, if the student takes algebra in grade 10, it's skip year growth. If they took algebra in grade 9, it's also skip year growth. If they took algebra in grade 8, then they don't get growth. It's just taken out of the numerator and the denominator, same principle with ELA. And then option 2, just so you can see the difference, the first 2 rows for math look the exact same. The only difference here in the 3rd row, say I'm using a legacy score. If it's available, in that case, it would be a grade 6 to grade 7 growth in 2019. In all cases, I've got a note here that says you're going to compare whether we're talking about a school or a district accountability score to the previous growth score and assign the higher of the 2. So under the alternatives that we're suggesting, or at least options 1 and option 2, no school's growth score can go down. They might go up from previous years. So you might be saying, well, what do we know about skip year growth? And I have a few slides to share with you, and then I'll be done. So early checks show that it's slightly higher for reading, slightly lower for math. I put the emphasis on slightly. It's very comparable, but at an aggregate level, at an individual level, it can vary, and that's probably not surprising. Removing some scores will make the results less representative. So anytime we're talking about a case where we're taking students out, then we should be aware of that. But at the same time, using legacy results may not represent current performance of schools and districts. So there's no perfect solution. There's no flawless way to handle this. So we're trying to find the solution that is in keeping with the principles that we think are most important to honor. 2 more slides. Thanks everybody for being patient. I don't know how hard these are to see. Actually, the summary table. 3 more slides. I'll show the summary table at the end that'll show this maybe a bit more clearly. But what we have here are distributions of different scores. Let me say that again. So it's a distribution of the difference between skip year and standard year growth. So Alan's team calculated these, and it just simply looks at what if we took the schools and did a standard growth calculation using prior data. What if we gave them a skip year calculation using prior data? How similar or different would those be? These histograms are for math. The one on the left is overall, and the one on the right is for low growth. The tall bar that you see in mathematics is the 0 bar, which means that the vast majority of schools didn't see a change in school level scores. So that's why I say slight. But you would notice, even though the distribution is kind of crunched up, meaning that most values are very close to 0, there are some schools that would see more substantive gains and more substantive declines. So it would not be at all reasonable to say it has no effect. For some schools, it can have substantial effect in one direction or another. For reading, it's a little different. So the distribution is not quite as crunched up as it is for math. So you see a little more variability around 0. I think the tallest bar in reading is just a little higher than 0. The next table will confirm or correct me there. I think it's like 0.7 point. So we're talking about 0.7 point as a sort of a the modal difference between school performance and on SCIP versus traditional. But again, I don't want to mask effects in aggregate data, which is why we wanted to show you the distributions and not just like the central tendency. So you see, if you look at the full spread of scores, there are some, it's hard for me to read the x-axis, but at the overall level, it looks like there's some schools that change as much as a decline of a little over 10 or a gain in some cases of more than 20. And the spread is higher at the low growth level. It's partially because the in sizes are lower and you just get more variability that way. And so you can see the spread actually goes to below -20 and above +20. So there's some variability there. Here's a summary table that might be a clearer way to kind of get your head around what this very preliminary look at skip year growth is. So yeah, I don't know if my cursor is visible here, probably not. But if you look at the mode there, that's the tall bar in these histograms, you see that it's 0, meaning no change for mathematics. And I did recall correctly, it's 0.7 for reading in both cases. And so for math, the mean change using skip year growth is a little less than 2 points. Again, this is at the school level. And for reading, the mean change is about 1.5 favorable for overall and about 0.5 point for low growth. So there's a slight nudge upwards for reading and a slight decline for mathematics. But you might be interested to see the minimum and maximum because that'll tell you the most extreme schools and the distribution that we looked at. So there's at least one school, for example, that using skip year growth, again, using old data, we don't know what new data would show, but using old data went down as many as 18 points and 35 points for low growth. There's some that went up, there's at least one school that went up 12 and another that went up 35. And you can see the corresponding values for reading. So there's some that dropped substantially, particularly in low growth, and some that, at least one school in reading that gained 25 and low growth gained almost 50. So that's obviously very consequential. So I probably talked this to death, but we wanted to really set the table for the conversation. Yeah, for most schools, skip year growth is similar to standard growth with the differences that I noted. Slight increase in reading, slight decrease in math, and a small number of schools show substantial changes of more than 10 overall or 20 for low. And we want to open this up for what we hope is a rich conversation. Based on the guidance you give us, we feel it's likely that we'll have some more research to do to model impact so if you said, for example, today, we really think option 2 is an attractive option, we would try to understand that better and do a little bit more data analysis to see the impact for that. And we'd almost certainly talk about it at a future meeting, refining the solution as needed. Again, we can only go so far with old data. We don't know what it looks like until we have scores from 22, but we want to do all we can to understand what's happening. So I'm going to actually go back to the options, and then I'm going to take a peek at the chat. Okay. share the rationale against dropping growth for this year. Yeah, I don't feel like there's a strong voice to drop growth. So we can talk about that if folks would like to.
I think the rationale mainly centered around the fact that growth really is heavily weighted in the accountability model. So to remove it would be a big impact.
I totally misread your question, Amanda. I apologize. Alan followed it. Yeah, you're exactly right. It's and you answered it correctly. Yeah, it's just if it gets to be a status model where it's just so heavily tied to proficiency, then it's going to have a very consequential effect on school performance, and growth is just too important. Yeah, thanks.
So option 3 is only for high schools, not for elementary.
That's correct.
Where do you contribute the swings in expected performance to be from, like the pockets of kids in certain grades that test, or is there a different rationale that impacts the districts so significantly?
So you mean when we look at the difference between skip and traditional growth?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a good question. I didn't go this deep into the data, but if I had to speculate, I would say I bet you the biggest movers in growth scores were smaller schools that are more impacted by variability in student performance. So that's yeah. I mean, but it's really hard, and it's hard to sort of speculate what that's about. I mean, it could be if the cohorts were different among the schools that differed the most. It could be just variability in small data. If you had a school that just had like 12 versus a school that had 200, but yeah, that's a great question. I wish I had a better answer rather than speculate.
One more question. In regards to, I know we're focused on this year, but for next year, a lot of the data points that were shaded out are really going to come into factor the following year. Is that needs to be a conversation now, or is it more of a let's decide this and we'll decide that later?
I really appreciate you bringing that up. I think that's very insightful, and it would seem incoherent to me that if we pick an alternative now that we're not willing to implement in a similar fashion in the future, that I think that would just be very questionable. So I think you're right to suggest that we should think forward about how our decisions impact future years. I mean, it doesn't mean it's off the table. We can do something different next year, but you're 1000% right that this problem doesn't go away after this year. So I'm making 2 notes based on this. One is I want to do some more research about what schools change the most and why, because I think that might be of interest to folks. And when we talk about this again, we'll address the out years, particularly with respect to the alternatives that emerge from our discussion.
Let me be sure I understand when we talk about the higher of the two, a couple points. So the higher of the two would negate, essentially, negate's the right word. Let's play with option 3, because option 3 is more simple. So you're just not even going to calculate it. Well, no, option 3 ain't going to work in my scenario. Let's do option 1. So the one part of this, the whole banking thing. So, go back to Alan's chart that he put in there, 65% of the students take algebra in 9th grade. So the whole banking part of this is not part of this decision, but if we have this final caveat of we'll compare the two, and the way I understand what you're saying is we're just going to go back to 18-19 final accountability, and whatever math all growth was for that district or that school, you get the higher of the two. depending on how that goes. Now the district one becomes interesting, and that's why I bring that up, because now you got 3 through 8 that joins that calculation. So that's a nuance we need to discuss. I know we're thinking high schools, but districts, they factor in districts as well. So that's part one of my question. How's districts going to be in that? And then what does that mean for districts? And then number 2, am I understanding it correctly with that's just what we're saying? So let's take districts out and let's go back to high schools on the 1,000 scale. Whatever your math all growth was, you can't go lower than that. Is that what we're saying? And if that is what we're saying, then that negates the whole banking thing that I thought was going to be a big topic at a future meeting. Who do you include in the math categories, and especially the biology categories this year for high school because of the banking problem? So I hope you got my questions, really 3 questions. Number 1, where do districts fit in with the higher of the 2? Because they have 3 through 8 in the mix. Number 2, or is that what we're saying? Are we saying we're going for high schools, we're going back to the 18, 19 points, and you can't get any lower than what you had for math all growth, math low performing growth, whatever? And then number 3, if that is correct, am I correct in that really kind of negates the banking thing? Because whatever decision is made, at least you can't go down from that.
Now, let me share what comes to mind in response, Ryan, and we may need to suss some of this out a little bit. So first, let me just kind of go to the principle that gave rise to at least options 1 and 2, which was we think it seems fair for accountability to reward progress when schools worked hard and demonstrated progress through challenging conditions. And so the whole idea of saying, is there some way that we can locate a prior so that we can use Algebra 1 and English 2 scores that were administered in 21 and 22 seems like a good idea. So we want to be responsive to that school that says we've been working hard, we want to show growth. And if it's favorable, if it's better than their old growth, then I think they have a case to be made and want to get quote credit for that. But just doing that and being looking past declines, particularly since we're not sure how the changes of skip year entirely manifest. So we wanted to find sort of a stopgap, or we wanted to find sort of a safety net for that. So that's a little bit here. Now, let me try to get to some of your questions. The district piece, yeah, that's acknowledge that's something that needs a solution. I mean, I would be open to the task force making a recommendation there. So it could, a version of that could be calculate 3 through 8 in a traditional manner and just plug in the high school using the legacy, based on what they would have received in 19. There may be a better version of that I can't think of on the fly, but you're absolutely right to put that on the table and say that's a wrinkle we have to solve for. Ryan, I have to admit I didn't 100% follow your position about it negates banking. So can you help me unpack that a little bit more?
So if what we're saying here is we're just going to go back to 18, 19 final accountability points for those growth components for that particular high school, let's take district out of it since that's kind of confusing for a second, then is that what we're saying, number 1? And if we are saying that, I guess to me the biggest part, especially of the math growth categories, beyond even this, because honestly, go back to Alan's slide, the majority of your math growth is banked kids. So that decision is the huge decision for math in particular. And so if we have the option, the final one here of going back to 18, 19 final points, and you can't go below that, that kind of makes that banking decision not as dramatic, or where it's not as impactful, because you're going back and you're saying, hey, well, you can't go below that anyway, even with whatever option we do.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It really just, when you say negates banking, I guess it's another way of saying it just negates all of that performance that's in those sort of banked categories. They just don't show up in the model. So it's a consequential and substantial impact. So again, it was conceived as sort of a safety net, but that's, but I take your point, and it's, very thoughtful. I feel like I missed one of your questions, so help me make sure I don't overlook it. Was there anything else that I didn't get to yet?
No, I think so. I mean, the main point is that I was understanding correctly that we're going back to the 18, 19 points, and you can't go below that. That's basically when, the last part of each one of the options. So. Yeah,
gotcha. And yeah, Amanda, thanks for your comment. We don't know the types of schools that have the highest variance, but I definitely took a note that that's something that we can prepare some more information on. It's a great suggestion. Dr. Hittman, do you want to give voice to your comment? Will not make available choices for LEAs. Are you suggesting that having districts sort of weigh in about which approach is something we should consider?
Yeah, that is my understanding of the information that I've given after reading the ESSA and looking at the what was given to to the federal government by Mississippi, is that we will come up with ideas, and in this particular group, perhaps coming up with ideas for the local, because it seems like to me, when I look at three options, I can see the option good for some places and maybe good in other places, and I think making it available to those local school boards makes it more equitable.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions? And again, I want to just repeat something I said earlier, which is we are not constrained by these options. This was intended to be a help to the task force, just to put a little wind behind our back. But we are open to your ideas for other alternatives that do not appear on these slides.
Yeah, Anthony Goins, Clinton Public School District. Just asking this question because I know we're talking about growth, and this may be something we're talking about later on. But I know when we start talking about our students that have taken Algebra 1 in those previous grades, in a lot of cases, those are some of your high flyers in your school district, which would make up some a good quality of your growth points as well as your proficiencies as well. So as far as proficiency, and going back to the previous question about how that impacts the district as well, because at high schools, those high school 1,000-point model is very similar to what everything is calculated on the district level. So as far as proficiencies, for those students who did not take those assessments, how would those be calculated? Would that be legacy as well, or what's proposed at this point as it pertains to proficiencies? I know we're talking about growth, but that's a part of the model as well.
Help me make sure I understand your question, but I think the expectation is, well, okay, we got the banking here. Let me go back to the slide to. So, yeah, I mean, it's probably best just to take it cohort by cohort for this. So presumably for the top cohort, the students that took grade 8 math, there would not be a proficiency score for that, and we would be open to a recommendation from the task force about that. For the second two cohorts, we would be able to use their tests from 2021. But if there's a recommendation, particularly on how to deal with students who took algebra in 2020 or who should have taken algebra in 2020, if it hadn't been suspended, then we will definitely hear the task force's advice.
Yeah, I guess I'm particularly talking about, I know it's 2022, but in 2020, those kids did not take either eighth grade math or their algebra assessment. I guess that's the group of the cohort of kids I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Chris, are you asking about, so when you say you'd be willing to hear, are you talking about like so you're talking about last year's ninth graders that took Algebra 1? Is that what you're referring to?
I think what we're talking about is this top row is the one that's most troubling, right? So and when you're just talking about proficiency and you're drawing, no, it's that, excuse me, it's the last row here, right? And you're drawing 10th graders who took algebra in 8th grade in 2020. If they didn't test in 2020, what about that sort of missing cohort of data for the sake of proficiency? I believe that's the topic on the table.
Correct.
Yeah. So, and again, I think I misspoke when I said it before, so let me say it back correctly this time. For the first cohort illustrated there, you'd obviously have Algebra 1 scores from the current year. Presumably they test in 22. For the second, you'd be able to go back to 2021, where I think participation rates were like 95% statewide. So the third cohort is a challenge because you've got 10th graders, you don't have banked Algebra 1 scores. So what's the advice of the ATF there? Do you just calculate based on the students for whom you do have algebra? Is there another approach that the task force thinks would be advisable?
I respectfully disagree with the assumption on the second line there, the most common scenario.
Okay, sure.
The ninth graders, eighth graders, and seventh graders that actually tested in 2021 during well, not the suspended year, but the year where scores didn't count for any other student and didn't count for any other district or school, cannot count in a future year. To be honest, that would be absurd if we did that. You cannot count any of the scores from last year and bank them and count them this year. That the precedent for that it just doesn't make sense because it didn't count last year for a reason. So those scores are still from last year during the year where everything was, I don't want to say thrown out, but you know what I mean? So there are other options on the table there. So for instance, you have 2019 banked scores, 7th, 8th, and 9th graders who are still enrolled in schools and districts who have never counted in accountability because we hadn't had accountability in 2 years. So those students are who should count. We're going to have to change Rule 10.1 or 10.3 to do that. But that's an easy change. And we'd probably just do it for this year, possibly next year. But that's the students who should be banked and count. It's those 2019 and 2020 for fall districts, because we tested in fall 2019 before the shutdown. So you've got some of those scores that are banked that are just sitting there that have never counted, and those students are still enrolled. You just got to change Rule 10.1, 10.3 to do it, and then you throw out the 2021 banked scores. They should never count.
Yeah, Ryan kind of beat me to it there. I have the same opinion on those Algebra 1 scores from last year. They're like everything else, like he said. I also want to point out that's going to be important also in the district calculations as well. So we have to make sure we are not counting those in the district calculations, not just the high schools, but also districts as well.
I hear what you're saying, and definitely will note that as a recommendation. I will say it introduces new challenges if we're pulling new cohorts into this, so I'll just say that out loud. But what I hear you saying is go all the way back to the 2019 cohort, so 10th graders, and tell me, Ryan, if I say this back correctly, according to your suggestion, go all the way back to the cohort who were 10th graders in 2019 and calculate proficiency based on their performance, which would include bank scores from 18, 17, and even 16.
Not really. So I'm talking about the students who actually took Algebra 1 in 2019. Some of those are 7th graders, very few. Some of those are 8th graders. Some of those are 9th graders. So yes, 3 different cohorts. And they're banked there. And then you also run them through growth. I know this started as a proficiency conversation, but they should also make up, that's who should be banked for the growth components as well. So now you probably understand what I was speaking of earlier, the banked conversation around math growth, how that, that impact with some of these options that we're discussing. This is what I was referring to. So proficiency and growth, what I'm saying is 2019's banked testers. So the students who tested in 2019 below 10th grade that have never counted in accountability, but are still enrolled. They meet all the other rules. They were enrolled in the district all the years since then. I say we change rule 10.1 or 10.3. You could fit it in either one of them. And that is who makes up the proficiency and growth calculations for the district and 1,000 scale schools where that applies. And 2021 banked students do not count, just like they didn't count last year for anything else. So they can't count this year. That makes no sense. And so to me, that's a simple fix for the banking situation. I agree with what you're saying with different cohorts, but think what we're doing with skip year growth. We're going back to all the way, we're skipping 3 years between. So this is just things you have to do with all the gaps we have.
This really is completely eliminating banking by your suggestion, and just say, like, if we have an Algebra 1 score in 2019, use it for proficiency, and also use it for growth with whatever prior they had, which could be in, presumably will mostly be in 2018, and do the same for English too. So I guess I understand your recommendation. Did I say that back right?
Yes, and again, English too, like we looked at earlier, it's not really an impact. It's, very, very minimal. Most of those students test in 10th grade. So it's really math that we're speaking of, and the banking situation. And I'm also applying this to biology proficiency, because biology is a big bank category as well. I know we're not speaking of that, but I think we do the same thing. We make rule 10.1 and 10.3 encompass the 2019 and 2020 testers that were banked. They were below 10th grade that year when they tested, and they've just been sitting there waiting to be counted, and they've never been counted.
Yeah, well, and it's going to encompass a number of grades. It's a big change in the way the system's designed now. Again, I'm not pushing back, Ryan. I'm just trying to say out loud all the different things that rise to the top when we talk about this kind of stuff. Would it be, I'm going to just keep pressing on this then, would it be your view that if we do something like this, that moves forward and represents sort of that banking goes away and you just draw from each year's examinees for accountability? Or you see this as a stopgap solution given current circumstances?
It's a stopgap solution, but I'm not saying banking goes away. If you say banking goes away, you're talking about, we're just going to count the 2022 10th through 12th grade Algebra 1 students, which is not very many in the state. And so that's not a good representation. So that's definitely shouldn't be an option. So I'm saying we're going to bank. We're just banking the kids from 2019 pre-pandemic, pre-COVID. We're not counting the scores from last year that didn't count anywhere else for any student or any school or district. We're not bringing those back this year. We're not counting those this year. We're going to go, and those 2019 and 2020 fall scores that are sitting there banked, that's the ones that you bank and you bring back this year as long as they're still enrolled in your district. Like for instance, the 9th graders in 2019, they're seniors this year. The 8th graders in 2019, they're juniors this year. The 9th graders in 2020 fall, well, they're juniors this year. So that makes total sense to me. You just that's the more fair scenario, in my opinion, than bringing back scores from 2021 that didn't count for anyone else, or doing a standalone with grade 10 through 12 Algebra 1 testers in 2022. Both of those are, in my opinion, absurd.
I have to agree with Brian from this perspective for teaching and learning. As the teachers struggled during the 2021 school year, as opposed to pre-pandemic when the teachers are actually teaching at whatever level they were teaching. That would be a fair look at the data.
Other comments?
Chris, this is Jay Smith, Superintendent in North Pike. I would just like to thank Ryan for his explanation and his viewpoint there. I certainly agree with him from a superintendent standpoint wholeheartedly. There is no scenario where I would ever agree to use 2021 data in any calculation. So I'm fully on board with his explanation, and I do appreciate it. And I would like to ask, is there a way that this committee could see who sits on the TAC committee? Who are those individuals? I'm not aware of that list. And if that list is posted on MDE's website, could you just point us in that direction so we'll know wwho sits on that committee?
Sure, that's an easy piece of information to give you. So I probably Alan or Paul or somebody could follow up with you very easily with that.
Thank you.
You bet. Yeah, it occurs to me then that, you know, all of, if this is adopted for proficiency and growth, then all of the data that would be used in 22 is going to come pre-pandemic. So we would not have 22 data, including, and again, maybe this is not the intent of the suggestion that's on the table, but English 2 scores from 22.
You would have the 10th through 12th graders in 2022 that are first-time testers. You would include those in with the 2019 and 2020 banked students, and that would make up your 1,000 scale and that part of your district math and science categories. So you would have some. It's a small percentage, as we know, because most students take it below 10th grade level. But yes, you would have some, your 2022 10th through 12th graders, first-time testers.
Well, for students who take algebra in 2022, that's the top row for the slide we're still looking at here. We would still need a prior for growth. So we could get a proficiency score for that, right? And same for ELA. We would need, and in both of those cases, the priors aren't available in 2020. Presumably, they could be used from 2019. So, is there is your recommendation to use an alternative prior for growth for those students?
Yeah, so it still doesn't solve the issue on the table. That's what you're asking, and it doesn't. I think it's part of this discussion, and since it was brought up, and I heard it being assumed that we were using those 2021 banked scores, and so I had to interject and please don't assume that. Please let us discuss that issue, because that's another issue. But yeah, the issue on the table of, you know, the 10th grade students currently and what you're going to use for the baseline for growth, it doesn't solve that. You're correct. We still got to solve the issue.
I'm just making notes here. So here's where I think we are with what Ryan has described, and a couple of folks have weighed in to register their agreement with. Typing it out here. So if a student took Algebra 1 or English 2, if a student takes Algebra 1 or English 2 in 2022, we're going to use that score for proficiency. That's easy. We're going to, we need to solve for how we're going to do growth, but one scenario may be to use some kind of skip year methodology, which would go back to 19 to use their priors. In both those cases, they do grade 7 priors. For the recommendation is not to use any 2021 bank scores as the outcome measure because accountability was suspended then. And obviously 2020 can't be used because it doesn't exist. So the proficiency would be made up of examinees in 22 and those from 2019 for each high school. And then growth would be made up of 22, and it sounds like all your bank scores from, I guess, your growth from 2019, which draws on all the bank scores available to produce that. Did I accurately say that back?
I believe so. I believe so. And also since the proficiency, we're discussing proficiency, I think we do this, we just make the blanket rule all EOC scores. And then we follow suit and see where it lands, because also that's going to impact biology proficiency greatly too, like doing the same thing, which is what I recommend we do. And then for it would impact math proficiency and math growth the most, because those are the students that take everything below 10th grade most of the time. I was typing it in here to try to make it easy for you if you want me to do that, but I think what you read out was exactly what we were articulating.
Yeah, let's hear from others, please.
So Chris and Ryan, just to be clear, if we're not using 2021 for outcome for the growth scenario, I'm assuming it's because we don't trust the data? Or what's the purpose for not using the 2021 for outcome?
Well, we didn't use
I'm sorry, Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, we didn't use it last year for any student. They didn't have to meet it to pass, to go to 4th grade. We didn't even calculate it all the way out for any student. Or as far as school and district accountability, it didn't affect school and district official accountability. So for lack of a better term, we threw it out. So at the student and school and district level, so that means you can't count in any future year. Why does that mean you can count it this year? It's last year's data.
Okay, so then just to be clear, we won't ever use 2021 as a baseline either, right? If we don't trust it for using it for an outcome, we shouldn't also trust it for using it as a baseline.
That's going to be a different discussion, to be honest with you. Go back to.
But it shouldn't be, and I think that's the point I'm raising here, talking futuristically, is if we don't trust it for outcome, we shouldn't trust it for baseline, because if we do that, we're going to have the other problem where we might see tremendous growth because it was non-motivated student data in 2021 because we didn't use it for any promotion or graduation or anything decisions. And so we're going to have interesting growth scores on the other end in 22, 23, 24, right? So I just want to be clear, if we're going to throw out 21 as an outcome year, let's just throw it out completely if we don't trust that data for an outcome year, and think about this futuristically as a baseline year too. And so we don't have 2020 data, we can't use that ever because we just don't have it. But 2021, either we trust it or we don't, and we should get rid of it for outcome and baseline.
I think that's going to be a discussion point, to be honest with you. It's been a discussion point amongst many districts as growth being elevated and things like that this year. And I think the point that was made earlier about we got to think about next year's growth, I think that's really what's being referred to here. So I don't disagree with you. I don't know that that's what we're talking about right now, but I don't disagree with you. I think when we get to especially 3 through 8 growth, that's part of that conversation.
I understand that, but I want to be clear, is because if we don't trust this data, we can't trust it if it advantages us. If we don't trust it if it disadvantages us, is all I'm saying, is either we use it or we don't. We either trust it or we don't. And if we don't trust it for this year, we shouldn't trust it for a baseline year moving forward.
Well, I think we trust the data because the data is what the data is. That's what the numbers are. Going back to last year, I think a loss of learning actually took place last year. Then that's where the issues are using that to determine any type of growth from that. So the data is what the data is. And so I think what was earlier said, I think if at the elementary level, using that as a baseline score, that's where kids are at this point. And then go ahead and determine what they are this year. The issue right now at the high school is just we don't have that information really available to us because a lot of these kids did not take assessments last year.
Yeah, I also think too, the point, like, are both scores pre-pandemic or both scores post-pandemic? So for instance, when you're talking about comparing 2021 let's just use ninth grade algebra scores, since that's kind of what we're focused on right now, and you're going to go back and compare them pre-pandemic, during the 2021 interrupted quarantine year where everything was thrown out, and then you're going to go back and compare it. So you're going to get the baseline, think growth in particular, to pre-pandemic. That's where I'm saying that's absurd to me to count that the next year, which is why we didn't count it last year. And so now when you're talking about 2021 as the baseline and 21-22 as the comparison year, say go for 3 through 8 growth, well, they're both post-pandemic. So I do think it's a different conversation. My part of it is, so if you think growth in particular, and you're going to compare the 2021, and then you're going to compare, the baseline is going to come from the pre-pandemic. The whole 2021 was so disrupted. That was the whole point of the throwout. We're a little past that in 21-22. So this conversation that we're having right now about going back and comparing it to 7th grade scores in 18-19 and that kind of thing, it's a little more entertainable. It's still not good, and it's not apples to apples. And I think TAC put that in their discussion points there. But it's a little bit more comparable than 2021 to pre-pandemic, because that was straight out of the shutdown, and that was during the quarantines, which is why those scores didn't count for students. So to me, it is a little bit of a different conversation.
I agree with Ryan and Anthony and Christy, actually. But just for the year 2020, 2021, yes, we were back in and trying to be back in a sense of normalcy. However, some districts were physically there. Some districts, students were 100% virtual. And even Dr. Wright mentioned, and I think all of us agree, that's why those scores in May of 2021 did not yield a ratings for schools and school districts. But one thing for the year 2020, 2021, it was still very, we were deep in the pandemic. Some schools just operated one way and some operated another. Yes, I think we use it and have been using it as the data to which we're working from as we notice learning loss. And we've been using it this year to say, hey, this is where our students are and this is where we have to go from. But to Chrissy's point, this year could very well be the baseline year, in all honesty, just simply because of the circumstances that we found ourselves in, at that time. So I do agree. I also agree with Ryan and Anthony as it relates to that high school data. We want to make sure that we're being as representative of where we are and what we need to be, because we do have students who took tests and they were counted. But when it comes down to the banking, at what point are their scores going to be representative of what they did? So I guess it's just a twofold thing. So I understand all points, but it is important. Growth is a great part of our accountability model, and we have to get this one right.
I do have a question. I've been kind of listening to everyone. So if we're saying that we don't want to count scores for 2021 as a baseline, are we saying that we're only going to count proficiency and expand the number of points that proficiency counts for this year? or what are we saying as it relates to growth if this is our baseline year?
I don't think I've heard that as a suggestion, and somebody could correct me if you think I misstate this, but I think we've got kind of sort of two things on the table at once that we'll need to sort out individually. One is, what solution we're using for proficiency and growth in 22, and in particular, how that may or may not interact with data from 2019 that wasn't used. And the second is, since there's this principle that's been put on the table that 2021 data should be avoided for accountability, and then Christy asked, does that also include using it as a baseline or a prior? So would you ever use 2021 tests to say measure growth for any solution in the future? Is that included in that principle? And I'm sort of hearing people take different positions on that. So, but I don't think I heard anybody say just let's drop growth out of the model and just use what's left over. So it's an important clarification.
Left over. I'm left over, Chris. Explain that.
I think so. If you take growth out of the model and you just use proficiency and graduation rate, English language progress towards English language proficiency, acceleration, those kinds of things.
How do we measure then in the lower grades though? Because I thought we were talking about high school, and I got lost, I guess.
We are. We are talking about high school, and I was just responding to the question by saying I do not believe that anybody's advocating for removing growth from the model for either high school or any other kind of school. Okay. Amanda?
I would like to advocate for that being considered at the high school and the lower grade. I feel like the data has been invalidated. There's a lot of noise in the data, and that noise could in the future impact us positively or negatively. I think we're at a good point this year of establishing a baseline so that it clears up decisions that would need to be made in future years of cleaning out noise that remains in the system, particularly at the high school, but also in lower grades.
So let me just make sure I understood your recommendation. You're recommending taking growth out of the model altogether for 22?
Yes, and establishing a baseline year from this point to measure growth going forward. Just as being considered, I'd like to know the research around it to the same level that we know the research around the skip year. I would like for it to be given the same consideration.
I'll provide one initial thought. Folks should weigh in as well to either add to or push back on what I'm saying. Growth is just a central part of this accountability model. It captures a dimension that no other element quite does. And in particular, it's a big part of the equity emphasis of the department. So for schools that are not scoring as high on proficiency, what we call status measures, growth provides an avenue to really detect the progress that they're making towards proficiency. And I can tell you that we'll see very, very different overall outcomes if we do that. The model will be overwhelmingly driven by proficiency. But others should weigh in.
I just wanted to say, as a point of clarification, I don't agree with the idea that test scores are invalid from last year. So I think we need to be careful with making that assumption. How we use and how we interpret test scores are a conversation, but I don't know that the department is at the position of saying that that assessment is invalid.
So to the question about not calculating growth this year, setting the baseline. Like, so that's back to the whole, we don't control that. So I would, Alan, so tell us, I mean, if you don't do that, then your only option is do what you did last year, which is you report those categories that you can report, but you don't take it to full accountability. Or you do option 3, where you bring in legacy growth points for just everything and you don't calculate anything, and then you make proficiency, acceleration, CCR, EL, and grad rate live, but everything else is old. So it's one of those, if you've got to have full accountability. So I guess the first question is, do we know, are we going to have that flexibility from the USD and state law to not have full accountability would be question 1, because that, and then do what we did last year. And then question, I'm sure you don't know the answer, but and then question 2 would be, so are we talking, if we do that, are we talking about then growth is just, we would go with option 3 here, and we would do it across the board, 3 through 12, district, every school, every scale, and you would make those other things live. I think, because I think that would be the only way, one of those 2 options based on that reference about not having growth.
Yeah, you took that further faster than I would have, Ryan, but so the first thing is, we don't know yet what ESSA is going to, what flexibility. We've been hearing any day now from the feds for about 3 months. So I've no crystal ball there, but actually I'm not focusing too much on that for Mississippi, because I do think the department's put a stake in the ground and said, we really want to get back to giving good information to schools about performance. And Mississippi is actually a better position than a lot of states because of high participation rates last year. I totally take your point, and I'm not minimizing it at all, about last year was different. Last year was a non-accountability year. If you later use it in an accountability way, either as an outcome or a prior measure, then we shouldn't take that lightly. I 1000% acknowledge your point. But I don't know how much the federal guidance is going to impact all of this, but obviously we'll bring that to this group as soon as we have it.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, as of now, there are no waivers in place at the state level regarding accountability measures and summative ratings for this year.
So Alan, January 6th, when Dr. Wright spoke of a year of grace, how does your department approach that when we took the tests anyway?
I don't necessarily remember the use of the term "a year of grace." I probably would have to defer to Dr. Wright on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I can't speak to that either, Alan.
Yeah.
We actually referenced it in one of our meetings, and I'll if I find it in my email, I'll send it to you.
Okay. Well, and I certainly can't speak to the intent or meaning behind the use of that term anyway. So I'm sorry, I can't help on that. I'll go back to what I said. I think that the assessment outcome was good. The participation outcome was good last year, and I have concerns about the statement of saying that the assessment was invalid. I agree that we have to consider variables that were in place that impact comparability from prior years in regards to the assessment, but I don't think that necessarily invalidates the outcome.
Well, I'm not talking about validation of the outcome. I was just wondering, because when we had to go to our boards and they asked, well, why are they taking the test? And that's and we use the term used by Dr. Wright, and we were just wondering what was the position, because we treated the test as an opportunity to show what our students have learned to the best of our ability, and that was our opinion in our district. I can't speak to anyone else. That's why I go back to my statement that this should be an LEA decision over a state decision, but that's something we can discuss later as well. I was just wondering what was your position about the data as we consider the 2021 versus pre-pandemic data? or your office, I'm sorry?
Yeah, I mean, I think my biggest concern at this point is we don't have those waivers in place at the state or federal level. So as far as we know of at this point, we've got to identify schools for improvement on the federal accountability side, and on the state side, we've got to come up with a way of complying with state law in regards to accountability and rating schools and districts.
Let me see if I can kind of organize where we are and see if I can get some more clarity on which recommendations have sort of the most support here from the task force, or at least give us some marching orders for how we can follow up in a way that's most helpful and responsive. So I feel like there may be kind of three ideas, and I'm starting to wrap proficiency and growth into the same conversation, which is maybe what we should have done from the jump, but I'll own that. Sort of three ideas for dealing with proficiency and growth in 22, which I'll say in just a moment. And then I would like to give a little bit more time to this issue of the kind of future for using 2021 data in any form, because I think that people have raised some important points that merit discussion. So I think, Ryan, please listen carefully here. I'm gonna try to restate. I see you put in chat, thank you. But I'm gonna try to restate, because I think it's massively important I understand this well, particularly so that we can discuss it together and get it in the notes correctly. But the idea that came from Ryan, I'm considering sort of a hybrid of using 2022 plus banked 2019 data for both proficiency and growth for the next accountability report outs, those for based on school year 22. And again, Ryan, tell me if I'm saying this back correctly. You're recommending using any Algebra 1 or English 2 scores taken in 2022 for both proficiency and growth. Put a little asterisk next to growth, because that still requires a decision about the priors and whether you would go all the way back to, I think it's 7th grade for those priors. And then you would combine that with Algebra 1 and English 2 scores taken in 2019 that haven't previously been used. They're banked but haven't been drawn upon. And I believe that those students are now 11th and 12th graders in high school. You would use that for both proficiency and growth, obviously drawing on the priors that those students would have for growth. And you gave a few more details in your comment in the chat, but did I say that back in a way that's faithful to your recommendation?
Yeah, I would add one caveat. So you do have fall 2020 districts that did test, and I think those should be included as well as banked scores. So I said it like this in the chat: use 2019 and 2020, and I put fall in parentheses, banked EOC scores, because EOC just covers all 4 subject areas of, when you're dealing with that. And so with the 2022 10th through 12th grade first-time testers. So yeah, I would add the caveat to what you said, 2020 fall scores too, because you do have those too, and those have been sitting there that should be counted as well. Now, I will say, remember, option 3, the only thing I'm making this recommendation, if we don't do option 3,
I'm getting there.
Option 3 means we negate growth. We're not running growth. We're just going back, and growth's not live. You're just bringing back 18, 19 all the way. So
yeah, I want to be careful about using the word negate. Yeah, but I know what you're saying. Yeah. And then so so that's sort of, well, let's call that the 2019-22 hybrid approach, or maybe we just for shorthand we'll call it the Ryan recommendation or something. Not the first time the task force has had a Ryan recommendation. And so, but that's, I hear you, and we'll make sure that that's noted. And then again, I want more conversation on this. I've also heard voices, again, I'm just trying to take stock of everything I've been hearing right now. I've heard at least one person say just removing growth altogether and redistributing the weights is something we should consider. I've heard, I think I've heard some folks say, let's not go past just using legacy growth. And I don't know if I should add proficiency to that or not, the option 3 that we presented as something that people still want to talk about and get some provide some opinions about. But to me, those feel like the 3 ideas that sort of emerged. I haven't heard yet anybody say the option 1 or option 2 that we presented, which is prominently driven by skip year growth, is an attractive alternative. But if somebody feels that way, then I want to hear from you. And then separately, just let you know, I haven't lost track of the, well, what's the future of data in 2021? And I guess, I think there's 3 options there. One is that and I think this is the one we were mostly operating under going into this meeting, but we're happy to take a recommendation from the committee otherwise, that you could use it for priors, but you wouldn't use it for outcomes. Although I understand that options 1 and 2 do draw on that. Option or another way to view 21 data is that it would just be used for priors moving forward. And if I had a third, I can't think of it right away. So why don't we put a pin in that for a second, the future of 21 data, because that's not as time sensitive. Let's go back to, what are we going to do about growth and proficiency in 22? And I'm not suggesting we could hammer everything out and lock it in now, but I want to get enough clarity about where the most support on the task force is for either one or a small number of solutions, so that we can do some more investigation and get back with you on that. So let me hear from folks, and I meant for all that, not to squash conversation, but just to kind of distill where we are and open it up to other voices and perspectives that maybe we haven't heard from yet, or if we have heard from you, but you got more to say, go for it.
My perspective is that growth should be calculated. And at this point, just listening, I think it possibly would be more feasible to count for example, if we have no 8th grade data, then as we talked about earlier, the skip year growth. If we don't have 8th grade data, let's count the 7th grade data and standardize it in some way. But definitely calculating growth in order to get a full picture of schools and districts regarding growth and proficiency.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah, so it sounds like you're definitely putting your support for an alternative that includes growth. Yeah.
This is Jacob Dykes from Ocean Springs. Just want to that kind of sounded similar to option 2. And when I'm looking at option 2 originally put out there, that seems to be the most logical in my mind. It gives a little flexibility to the local school districts, but also starts moving us back towards the overall model.
Thank you, sir. So I'll add option 2 as an option that we don't want to take off the table yet. As you can see, we didn't bring any easy questions to this task force, only the tough ones. Other perspectives.
This isn't a solution, Chris, but just other perspectives or things that I think about and worry about is, one, creating new calculations on the fly. I'm always concerned with that. We haven't had a lot of time to think about it, impact it, realize how it's going to fit into our longitudinal perspective of our accountability system. So I'm not a huge fan of creating new calculations. Also, when we start setting precedents of assigning the higher of 2 scores, if that option goes away, it always causes concern or controversy. So 1, we're creating a brand new calculation on the fly. 2, we're giving options, 2 things that we don't normally do. I understand that this is a unique year, but everybody knows it's a unique year. So I generally would default to using legacy scores and just making that as an option if we are extraordinarily concerned about comparing 2019 data to 2021 data, and then just continue moving forward after that. So just some things I always worry about if we want to try and make sure our system is consistent as possible, making up new calculations and introducing new business rules makes things really challenging moving forward. And especially if we give options and then take them away in the future.
Yeah, Christy, I always appreciate your perspective, and I think you're spot on with that. And I just wanted to tell you, this was actually something we talked about at length in the TAC meeting, and you know, it deserves to be. I mean, we need to give this a little airtime here at this meeting. We may think we're doing something that is it seems well suited for the moment. But we don't want to create a situation where in 23 or 24, we look back and say there was sort of an artificial boost in the system. And now it looks like you know, sort of a subsequent bounce back is harder to explain and is unhelpful. So, I mean, I think you're just wise to acknowledge that. We need to look forward to that. Also, just while I've got the floor here, I'll say, because I see this comment from Dr. Hickman about using regression, we actually did talk about that in TAC. We talked about there are a variety of statistical tools, and we're technical people, so we can't help ourselves, to estimate scores when they're missing. But in general, we rejected that because we just said for accountability purposes, producing score estimates, particularly for outcome variables, felt misplaced. And that it just felt like it was contrary to good accountability principles. You know, to say like, we don't have a score for Christy, but we could estimate that this is what she would have done based on, you know, some set of priors or something, felt like it was not consistent with good accountability practice. You know, maybe for a research report or something like that, but anyway, so I just wanted to say that you know, there's been a lot of folks thinking deeply about this for a long time, and we've really tried to leave no stone unturned. But
hey, Chris, this is Greg Pazak, Madison County.
Yeah.
Just to comment on what Christy had mentioned just a moment ago, just thinking a little bit on the history of accountability in Mississippi. Back in 2019, talking about precedents, have we already utilized the higher of two scores on the science component just a few years ago? And then also, the second comment is, when you talk about doing some things statistically to fill in some gaps too on the historical side, whatever we do as a task force, just would encourage folks to consider the transparency aspect to where, whether it's a teacher or a principal, superintendent, or the public in general can understand what we're doing, because back when we were transitioning from MCT to PARC to MAP, there were maybe concerns expressed about using statistics to fill in some gaps and it not quite maybe being very understandable by stakeholders. So just a couple items.
And I very much so am speaking in the way of the teachers to make sure that we understand what they're doing in the classroom. I'm very much so from a pedagogical perspective. I am not a statistician by no stretch of the imagination, but I am very much so wanting to be able to come back and talk to people and our boards about what we're doing.
Deborah, I would love to see, you said in the chat that the data for the skip year method was from 1819, I believe, if I have that correct. I would love to see it from 2021, because when I ran that as well before pre-pandemic and post, and I found totally opposite results, to be honest with you. Comparing to 7th grade versus 8th grade was a more negative impact, especially for math. Which we know more skills were lost in math during the pandemic. because 7th grade math in this state is higher than 8th grade math. It's really pretty substantial, to be honest with you. So I found that it was more dramatic in our district. At the next meeting, I know we're probably not going to come to a consensus here. I would love to see that for 2021, even though it's a little different, if we could.
Yeah, I'll take a note of that, Ryan. But obviously, 2021 includes a quote pandemic effect. And so I'm not too surprised to see that the results didn't line up quite as well. It's also probably a little gap year, right? Because you've got some priors that you're missing that you wouldn't have in 19, but that's a fair point. And I did say, and I will go back to that, you can't, none of the skip year growth that we brought to you today had any kind of pandemic effect in it. Do you want to, hey Ryan, do you want to give voice to the thing you put in the chat just now about the option 3? You're on mute.
I was responding to Amanda's point. I mean, it is something. I'm not saying I'm advocating for this, but it is something. You could take option 3 and expand it to all growth, grade 3 through 12. And if you do that, then essentially what you would be doing is the components that we reported last year would be the only live components, for lack of a better term, and then growth, all your growth categories. You don't throw growth out, you're just bringing it back from 18, 19 and filling that in to complete all the components and to get it to total points. I'm not saying I'm advocating for that, but I know that's an option that's been discussed. I think there's a few issues with that, but it's an option if to negate the whole conversation of growth, because growth is really where all the problems are. Let's be honest.
Well, I guess I'm just still curious why you extended that to 3 through 8.
So Christy's point earlier and Amanda's point in the chat, both of them saying that trying to compare 2021 to 21-22. There might be some issues with that. And then let's think about next year's growth, because there's a worry out there that there could be some elevated growth in the 3 through 8 spectrum from 2021 to 21-22. And so then what does next year look like? We may have actually went up as a state, but it looks like we went down. So that discussion's out there.
Others that would like to weigh in. Yeah, according to my notes, if somebody's about to weigh in, I don't want to talk. I want to listen. Okay, maybe not. According to my notes, I sort of have 4 alternatives that have received at least some support from the task force today. So we came with 3. We're leaving with 4, 2 of which match ones that we brought. But let me just check for understanding here. And if there's any that we can scratch, let me know, because I'd like to try to focus this as much as possible so we can make sure the work we do after this meeting is the most productive. The 4 things are Ryan's suggestion, which is the combination of 22 plus 19, and I haven't forgotten about the fall 20 there. Option 2, I've heard at least one voice say the one that uses skip year growth plus legacy scores with the check should stay on the table. I've heard, we didn't bring this option, but I've heard one person give voice to removing growth. And then option 3, and a couple of variants of that have emerged in the discussion, which is just carrying over legacy growth data. And again, I say a couple of variants because people have added to the conversation whether that should be high school or more grades in high school, and whether that should be growth and proficiency or just growth. But just an attempt to organize kind of where we've gone so far, the ground we've traveled. That's what I'm hearing from this team. Does anybody want to respond to any of those and say, hey, I really want to emphasize this approach or speak against another approach? It'd be helpful if we have a little more sense. Yeah.
So if option 3 is what we're looking at.
It's one of them.
Okay, but if we go with option 3, I guess my question is 2019 growth for both English and algebra? I mean, we can't take the higher of the two. So if we had higher scores in math in 19, but higher scores in English this year, it's off the table. You have to go with 19.
Well, I don't think we went to that level of detail, but I'm grateful to you for raising that. That would it be overall or by subject area? Did you have a perspective on that?
I was just curious because that may be the situation for some schools.
You're absolutely right.
When we say use legacy scores, are you saying that the score that was used in 19 would be the same score that would be used this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm talking about for that component. So
for that component.
Right. So for high school, let's just take it in one chunk to be clear about this. So we're talking about for high school math growth. We don't try to count in 22. We don't try to calculate a new math score. We just go and look in 2019 and assign that high school the last math growth score they had.
Here's my just take on that. And this is speaking as a former high school principal, because we have a new high school, principal. I worked all year as a first year principal and done what I need to do to work with my teachers, work with my students and staff. And then really what's going to be posted is someone is a past person's or leadership's data. And so I think when it comes down to accountability, that should be considered also. You worked all year to make sure your students have received what they need, and you may have new staff members. Someone who taught it then may not be the same person teaching it now. Different things in place, because let's say if you knew in 19 that things were not headed in the right direction at this particular school, so you've made some changes. Now you've made the changes and are anticipating better results, but we're using legacy. So I
think that's persuasive, sir. And I think that's one of the things when we talked about this at the TAC meeting last week, that folks were very interested in finding a way to detect progress any way possible without being punitive.
Hey, Chris, this is Jay Smith.
Yes,
I just want to go back to Greg's point. We do have precedents in the state of Mississippi where we have taken the higher of 2 scores. And in fact, we've done it under this accountability model, I believe, more than once. Also, we've done it obviously statewide with our accreditation levels. For example, we ran the data probably 4 or 5 years ago where a school district could have been an A, running it one way, and a B another way, and we reported the A. So we already have precedent to do that throughout the state. So it wouldn't be unusual for us to take the higher of 1 score. We've done it before.
You are correct. There have been some examples of that. I think this would be novel and using it wholesale for a component, but yes, sir, you are correct.
And also when we have used those provisions, it's when we've raised expectations substantially because we've had a new test. So it's not as a result of just different instructional opportunities, but as a result of exceptionally raising the bar. And again, already set that precedent, and that's what I'm concerned about, is setting more precedent like this in the future with business rules and ways of doing this. At the risk of sounding, rigid. I guess when I look at school accountability, the whole purpose of doing school accountability is to make sure that students are being served to the best of our abilities. And so when looking at this, I don't like having to compare 19 to 21 data, but if the whole point of this is to demonstrate where we need to target our focus, our support and resources, we do want to look at the places that have had the biggest impact from the pandemic and where we are experiencing some of the biggest declines in lost opportunities, and that's showing up in achievement. And so, yes, it's unpopular to compare 19 to 21 data, but that is our reality. And that is how kids were impacted this year because of COVID. And I want to make sure that if we are making calculations, that we are identifying the schools and students that need the most help and support and where we should be directing our resources and where we should be directing our technical assistance, rather than just making up a calculation to make it appear that things aren't as bad as they are, and that kids don't need as much help as they might because we haven't been able to deliver instruction in a coherent way throughout the pandemic. So I know it's an unpopular position to go from 19 to 21, but it is our reality and it is what has happened. And if we are truly trying to identify the schools and students that need the most help and support, that would be the most honest way to do it, and then revert back to our traditional calculation the following year.
Christy, you're saying that partially in support for solutions that include pulling data from 21 when it's appropriate, such as these option 1 and 2 that are on the, okay.
Yeah, but not, and again, I'm not big on creating new calculations, which you already know, which would support the use of legacy scores. But I also don't want to hide what happened in our schools this year. I mean, it's disappointing. I mean, we saw what happened with the proficiency scores. We know those scores are down. To say that growth is as good as it was in 2019 is not being honest with what really happened with our schools. And so do we want to hide that and not truly identify which students need more help and support than they did in the past year? So all I'm saying is, I'm not saying that we need to throw down, school scores and look at, assigning worse grades to these schools. But if that truly is in fact what happened, because we were so disrupted over these past year and a half, past 2 years almost, then shouldn't we be doing the best we can to honestly answer where we need to direct our support and resources? Because at the end of the day, that's kind of really what accountability is all about, is to make sure we're directing the right supports and resources to our kids.
So Christy, you think truthfully the data that is given on those two data sets in 19, 20, 21, you think that that's going to give a true indication, or you just tell me, what are you saying? Because I'm hearing you. I want to make sure I hear you clearly.
Well, we already know that looking at the proficiency data that we had seen some decreases in test scores. I mean, do we believe over the last 2 years that our students truly improved from where they were in 2019 or not? I mean, I guess that's what I come down to is, regardless of the reason students didn't learn this year, we need to know which students we need to focus and target and help the most moving forward, because we don't want to just disguise that with information to make the school look better if the students themselves aren't improving. I mean, the whole reason we do accountability is to make sure students are learning and we know where to provide instructional support, technical assistance, more resources, more time. I just don't want that to get lost in the conversation of making sure schools look good this year.
You don't think individually looking at each student will be a better way to do that?
That's what I'm saying, is we will be looking at each student. We'll be looking 19 to 21. But if we look at the school's legacy scores, we won't be doing that. But if we're just trying to smooth out the calculation, that's looking at legacy scores. If we don't want to invent a new calculation, that's looking at, legacy scores. But if we want a true picture of what happened from 19 to 21, and we already know that achievement in 21 is down, we should expect growth scores to be down. I mean, that shouldn't be a surprise. There's no other way to, explain it or to cover it or caveat it. It's just performance went down this year. It did across the country. It's not unique in Mississippi. Just want to make sure that we're targeting the right thing when we move forward this coming year.
There's potentially a lot of dimensions to this conversation. Christy, I always know you're motivated by any solution that's going to promote best things for students, and I appreciate that. I know it's a tough challenge because I know there's also this implied attributional aspect of accountability that is more complicated during periods of external disruptions to opportunity to learn. So I think that's why this is a hard challenge to solve. But I take your point. I appreciate it. Other perspectives. We've got more time. I don't want to keep anybody from sharing their point of view, and I'd love to try to coalesce on a narrower set of recommendations, but also don't want to keep on something if we've sort of reached the point where we're not being additionally productive. So let me just ask any other thoughts on this. I've kind of reviewed the options I've heard emerge a few times, but I'm happy to do it as many times as you'd like.
When looking at these two options, I personally, option 1 and 2, I personally would prefer option 1. I don't that second step on option 2. I don't know about that, and I think this is maybe what Christy was alluding to at some level too. But applying the 18, I would think you would just skip those students that don't meet the requirements to be in growth. I think that probably makes more sense. But that's just looking at those two. I'm not saying I'm advocating for one, but between 1 and 2, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised to hear you say that. I would have predicted that you would have objected. So here, my ability to predict Ryan, I'm 0 for however many I can be. Because that option would take out your early algebra examinees, who probably have higher scores overall. So they just remove them from the calculation.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, if they have a score in 7th grade, I mean, all it does is option 1 means, well, they don't have a score in 8th grade. No one had an 8th grade score in 2020. So do they have a 7th grade score is the question you ask. And so it doesn't take them out. You're just going back that previous year. And if they had that score in Mississippi.
Oh, maybe we still don't understand each other on option 1. So it's this, it's that last row on this slide that we're talking about. The kids that took, so we're talking about the 10th graders in 2022 cohort. If we don't have an Algebra 1 score from them because they were due to take it in 8th grade, then we can't make up a score. And I'm saying you can either assign them their legacy score, that's option 2, or you just remove them from the numerator and denominator, that's option 1.
So yeah, Dana, to be fair, we don't have any 7th and 8th grade algebra. So I think I understand your point. So would we just apply option 2? Would it just apply to the 8th grade and 7th grade algebra situation, or would we also apply it to scenario 1 and 2 that's on the screen right now? Like, so would we? So let's say that we have a 10th grade student in 2022 that's a first-time tester, and they don't have. I guess if they don't have a 7th grade MAP score in 2019 or 2018, they still would be left out.
Yeah. Another way to say it is, if we can substitute a prior, we will, but we'll never try to substitute for Algebra 1 or English 2. If we don't have it, we don't have it. Okay,
I'm with you now. I understand. So basically, option 2 is a covering your 8th grade algebra and 7th grade algebra situation. So yeah, that makes sense to me now. I'm with you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I think we're still then we have 4 candidates on the table here. And I want to give plenty of time. I think we budgeted 45 minutes to do the round robin, but we may just be at a place now in our meeting where we need to document what we've talked about, circulate that to the group. I'll probably have to get with MDE between meetings and do a little bit more research into particularly this new hybrid idea that Ryan gave voice to today, so that we can come back from a more informed perspective there. I mean, we don't have a luxurious amount of time, but I think we're not going to solve it now. So this gives us much more of a sense of where the task force is at, and that's helpful. So Greg, please go ahead.
Hey, Chris, earlier in the meeting, I believe you had mentioned the percentage of students that participate in 7th grade algebra. I think it was less than 1%. Is that correct?
Yeah, is that on your chart, Alan, that you put in the chat?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I guess a follow-up to that would be, what is the percentage of students that participate in Algebra 1 in the 8th grade?
8.5%.
Well, Christy mentioned the importance of accountability reflecting the true performance of students, a school, and a district. I would just join kind of what Ryan was alluding to earlier. His district may not have any middle school algebra. I would just share that our district would not be accurately reflected if option 2 was included, because we have a very high percentage of students that are in middle school algebra.
Yeah, we definitely didn't. We wanted to make sure we didn't bring options that ignored the fact that that cohort can be strong for some schools and districts, and sort of removing it could artificially bias the scores. So that's noted, Greg. Thank you. Okay, anything else? Again, we've got tough questions ahead of us, but it's helpful to have this time with you all to learn from you and to explore some of the pros and cons of these things. So if not, then what I might do is I'm going to go back to the slide that shows the membership of our task force, and I would just I'm going to sit back and listen and take notes, and I'm just going to go around the horn here, and in the order that you appear on this chart. If you don't have anything to say, then just pass. But this is your opportunity to provide any additional comments or suggestions. It's sort of designed in particular for you to elevate issues for future meetings that we need to be thinking of. So I'll be very glad if folks have those to offer. But it's your time. You can use it however you want. If you want to go back to emphasize a point that was made earlier, that's your choice. So we'll go ahead and start going through the meeting participants. Karen Howard, any contributions? And I'm sorry, I won't remember who all was here from earlier. So
I am here.
Okay.
And I don't have any contributions at the moment, because all the growth we talked about today was strictly for 10 through 12, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Well, basically, so the throwing out and not counting 21 scores is basically, we're talking about high school.
We did focus the conversation on high school. You're right. Occasionally people brought in 3 through 8, but it was focused on high school.
Okay, so no contributions, just a lot of notes and still questions.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Kimmy Strain. Kimmy Strain. How about Shalandia Washington?
I
I am here, and my 2 cents is just that last year happened. The data is what it is. It is a snapshot of what happened. So it is valid for what it was. So just throwing it out the window, I don't think that is, what we need to do. I think anything we do moving forward does need to include growth. Some districts, we need growth. We bank on growth. So any model moving forward, any changes we make, in my opinion, we have to keep that growth component. I'm not a fan of going back to 2019. We don't have the same students, teachers, administrators, and whatnot. So I'm much more a fan of, moving forward based on, the present. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Appreciate that. Anthony Goins. Anthony Goins.
Yeah, let me unmute myself. I'm sorry. Well, let's go ahead and just reiterate the whole statement regarding the percentage of students within a cohort that take their algebra prior to 9th grade. I know I heard 8% of the state, but I know within the district we're talking about 30% of a cohort that would not be included if that did take place. I just want to go ahead and just make sure that we don't or do not count those students in this accountability model as well, because that is a big representation of a cohort, and to not include those students would not be fair.
Very helpful. Thank you, sir. Ryan?
Well, you've heard from me a lot, so I think the only thing I would say, I agree with his point. I wasn't trying to pick an option to leave out 7th and 8th grade, and so I would absolutely agree. We have to include them in any option we choose. I really have a big picture thing and then a detailed thing. The one big picture thing is, we have so many issues right now, with everything besides just the holes in the data and the different ways we view the data and things in that, and pre-pandemic and post-pandemic and what you compare and what you don't. There's also states going to benchmark us interim assessments instead of state, like Florida. You've got these things going on. To me, what makes the most sense is if we could have this year set the baseline for growth next year, if we're going to keep, with the state assessment as we have it now, and report what we reported last year. But again, we don't control that. That's up to the state law. It's also up to the USD, and I know that. So that just makes a lot of sense to me with everything going on. And then we can take some time to examine all these things, examine the assessment, examine what some of the states are doing with the interim assessments and things like that. But if that's not possible, and we're going to have accountability this year, then my number 2 thing is, and what's most important to me is the banking situation. Obviously, it's why I brought it up when I saw the slide that was assuming that we're just doing that and counting those 2021 as the numerator for the calculation of growth, which makes up the majority of your math all growth and math low performing growth and math proficiency this year. I'm totally against that. I don't think that's the right move in any way whatsoever. And so the banking thing that I presented, option I presented, I definitely recommend for proficiency. And if growth is live, I recommend it for growth. So that's mine.
Just trying to catch up my notes with you. Thank you, Ryan. That's very helpful. I always appreciate contributions. Christy.
So first, Chris, just want to thank you for being our moderator and facilitator for this conversation. You always do a very nice job and very diplomatic and letting all of our voices be heard. So I really appreciate that. And then also just want to recognize the department. Paula, Alan, Deborah, thank you so much for convening and bringing this group together. You're one of the few states in the nation that have a representative group of educators that come forth every year to give you ideas and recommendations and to bounce ideas off. So just want to let everyone on the phone know how appreciative I am of Mississippi really forging the way from this. I do know too that the department always keeps student interests best in mind. So while it may not be a popular school level decision, it's always in the best interest of students what the department does, and it makes me happy to see that, and it has definitely come out in your national NAEP results. Mississippi's awesome. I brag about Mississippi every single time I go to another state. You have made phenomenal progress across the board serving all students, especially those that have been traditionally underserved. So kudos to all of you. And just a quick note on the interims, Ryan, Florida did say they're getting rid of their state summative assessment and going to interim assessments. That is not true. The governor said that that's what they're doing. It's a legislative action that's required, and the legislature isn't that hot to trot on doing something like that. And the federal government also requires summative assessments still. So it's going to be a big challenge for Florida to actually do that in the way the current draft bill is written that's been filed. They do not get rid of summative assessments. They actually are just adding a whole bunch more assessments to their suite of assessments. So they're testing in the fall and the winter and the spring and their summative. So just be careful when you talk about states getting rid of assessments and going to interim. Basically, all that really means is they're adding a whole bunch of tests, which I don't think most people want. So again, thanks. Hope you all have a terrific end of the year, and looking forward to connecting again with you all.
Thanks so much, Christy. Yeah, definitely magnify your remarks about the level of engagement that Mississippi has with stakeholders. It's second to none. Kenneth Pulley.
I just wanted to say that I have enjoyed the conversation surrounding this accountability model and what we need to do as a state so that we are inclusive of all ideas, and to be sure that we address the concerns and to account for a student performance as appropriately in this unique time as possible. So thank you for letting me share my ideas, and we look forward to continuing to working with you all.
Thanks so much, Doug. Frederick Hickman.
Excuse me, I had to unmute. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can.
I have only 3 points. First point, I thought it was cool to see Christy's dog come in the background. Nice looking pet there, Christy. The second thing is I stand by my idea of my thoughts that the LEAs should make these decisions. We will give them good information. I think hopefully that we stick with the mindset of the ESSA as it was written, and give it to the LEAs to make these decisions. And lastly, I will be bringing this up as often as possible. We are remiss if we do not bring a social emotional component to the accountability model. I am very much so a strong advocate for this. We'll be speaking to this, especially along the lines of trauma-informed, trauma-skilled, and trauma-aware, from a trauma-aware perspective. So those are things that I'll be speaking of when I get an opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Hickman. I appreciate that. I doubly appreciate you signaling a future priority for us. That's helpful to hear. Greg Paxick.
Yeah, appreciate the opportunity to share today, and I would hope we would just continue to keep in mind how we can utilize this system to make decisions that are longitudinal in nature. Just kind of thinking back again to 2015, 2016, and looking at some of the data, especially at the high school level, how all of a sudden we had some spikes in high school performance And then as we went on forward with the MAP assessments, that did not continue on. So just to consider that, as well as then the impact on teachers and administrators in the building on a daily basis when they're assigned a letter grade at a school or district level, and how, as Fred kind of mentioned, the mental, emotional impact of accountability, and to where, as Christy has mentioned so many times, that it does give us an idea longitudinally of where we are at a 30,000-foot view, but it enables us to also make decisions daily in a classroom in what is in the best interest of students. So appreciate the opportunity and y'all sharing.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Alan, do you have any additional remarks?
Yes, I'm really here to hear what you all have to say, and so I'm not going to necessarily interject my thoughts on all of this that we've discussed today, but I want to say thank you to everyone for applying to the task force and agreeing to commit your time and efforts to participate and provide feedback to the department. We really appreciate your work, and we take your comments and feedback seriously and try to consider all of those different viewpoints that you offer. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Alan. Deborah?
Hi, so I won't pass up an opportunity to thank everyone, and also to mention that we are undergoing a big modernization project with the MSIS system. So anything, please keep in the back of your mind, changes, items, features that would make accountability easier for you to dig into, to understand, to communicate with your stakeholders in any way, anything that we can incorporate into that new system. Email me at any time with any ideas. Just consider my email an open comment box for things that we want to see in the future, because we're really excited about working with that.
So much, Deborah. Dr. Vanderford?
I'll just echo what Alan's already said. We do appreciate your participation. It's always interesting to hear your thoughts and ideas around revising business rules and adjusting to challenges that we face from one year to the next, but particularly during this pandemic. We try to keep our feelings or our comments to ourselves about how things, because it's your role. That's why we have you here. But just on behalf of the department and the leadership of the department, we certainly want to ensure that the statewide stakeholders understand that we have high expectations, and we want to maintain those high expectations. And we take great pride in the progress that we've made over the last decade, and we want to continue that as we move forward. And so we don't want to make any sacrifices, even as a result of the pandemic, that would cause us to move, not to continue to move forward in any way.
Thank you, Dr. Vanderford. Jay Smith?
Thank you, Chris. Just want to thank you for your work today. You did a fantastic job moderating this, and I have nothing new to add. I just appreciate the work you do. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Richard Balico?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
We can.
Okay, good. I kind of stay quiet on purpose this time around. Just want to see what everyone had to say, and then once I get the notes, and I'll be saying some more things for the next meeting. But I do have a couple things. Whatever we decide, and looking at those graphs, of course, smaller in-count schools will be impacted more by whatever decision we make, and schools, less than 100 kids, 80 kids. So just got to be careful with that. And, I agree with Dr. Hovenius that, we live in a reality of what happened last year. And maybe a consideration could be, having 2 grades like we did one of the years. I think it was 2017. We definitely need to see what Ryan said, what the ramifications are for what could happen next year with our decisions for this year, because we don't want to have, or at least my district, we don't have massive growth and then we plummet, and then that's just not a good look at all. We have to realize none of the options will be perfect, but we just have to make the best decision for the state. It seems like a hybrid solution would be the most optimal solution. And then my final thing is that, and other people touched on this, but, there are F school districts that are working hard to try to overcome that. And, it's a morale destroyer whenever we have to be designated, whenever F district has to be designated an F again, even though there's they can't really show the work that they put in. So I know that it's really nobody's fault except for the pandemic. But just to keep that in consideration, that there's a lot of hardworking teachers and administrators in these F school districts that really want to show what they've been doing to get out of there. And then the local community doesn't understand why that, the district designated an F over and over again. And then people can explain all kinds of ways. And, but that's a communication issue that people can try to improve on. So, but thank y'all for hearing me out.
Good stuff. Thank you, Richard. Jacob Dykes.
Yes, sir. Thank you for today. I thought everybody was, great ideas and very respectful. I guess a couple of takeaways from me. I agree with Alan in regards to the state's accountability. If last year's assessment, if that was a baseline, I think that's kind of where we need to go from, instead of trying to give it another year and go back too far. And then with Christy, I agree that what happened last year wasn't very pretty, but it is very transparent, and will give us some better guidance moving forward. In regards to growth, I know that's kind of the hardest piece to grasp. That would definitely be, I think all students need to be reflected in that. And I know we still have some gaps to identify on how to best do that, but definitely, even the smallest percentages I know is huge. So I don't know, that's all I have, but I really do appreciate y'all's time.
That's good stuff. Thank you, sir. Fina Hens.
Yes. Again, not to restate the things that's been said, but being the new kid on the block, I've done a lot of listening, a lot of note taking. I've heard some very interesting perspectives and opinions on the different options. Just having a chance to sit down and really reread and think through a lot of what's been said. I will have more next time, but I've enjoyed just listening to the different things and just hearing different perspectives on the issues at hand here. So thanks again for having me.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Amanda Garcia.
Thank you. I want to thank Christy for her perspective and how her comments helped recalibrate my thoughts to the purpose of the accountability model, and particularly its impact on students. So I appreciate that coming to the forefront. I would like to add to the discussion of growth, us really thinking about how we're adjusting it in grades 3 through 8, because part of the accountability model is the information that goes out to the public from that. And each district their situation was so unique. And so they're going to be comparing district to district whenever that information comes out. And so considering how we represent growth in grades 3 through 8 through this model, I think is really important. So I hope that comes out in future discussions. And along those lines, something that I think maybe a future session could allow us to talk about is the use of the letter grades in the accountability model. I've heard from people in states around our area, they don't use the letter grades to represent district performance. They present the number. The number can be a stigma for underperforming schools, and it can be really arbitrary whenever you get to all performance levels, because you're 2 points from an A and now you're a B, so that doesn't communicate the exact level of performance. So those are just my thoughts, but I think it could be a good topic of discussion as we think about the accountability model going forward.
Thank you so much, Amanda. I appreciate your perspectives. I don't think Ms. Altman is on. Let me just do another check. Rosemary Altman. Okay, Matt Thompson.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, you know, our students took these 2021 assessments last spring, and it reflected what they knew at the time. Our teachers put in a lot of hard work, and so did our students to prepare for those, and the results were what they were. We took that data and we compared it back to 18-19, and it revealed what we saw across the state and across the nation of definitely some loss there. So we took that data, we went ahead and we started, you know, directing our resources and our efforts based off that data to see where we needed to concentrate our efforts for the students who needed the most, regardless of whether or not we got an accountability rating from the state, which we did not last year. And I think the term year of grace that Dr. Wright did use was very fitting because of all the stuff that went on last year. And I don't want that to be seen as we took that year of grace and abused it in any way. We absolutely worked hard and continue to work hard throughout this thing. And our accountability ratings are what they are. They're a rating for the school. So holding, in that year of grace, holding schools, districts accountable for that 2021 testing, to me, is a little bit discouraging to teachers, just because that accountability rating does reflect the schools, and they're being held accountable for something that, you know, to use some of your words there, Christy, there was no coherent instruction all the way through. There's a lot of disruptions, and just want to make sure that's really clear that we're going to use that data to see where students were, see where they are, and how we're going to go forward with it, but also keep the schools in mind as well.
Great, thank you so much for that. Crystal Bates.
Yes, so considering the outcome of the pandemic, I understand how the use of the legacy scores could be in place. I do have a question about that, though. If high schools use legacy scores for the categorical growth components, how would that affect districts when your 3 through 8 in algebra go together and your 3 through 8 in English 2 go together?
That's a good question. I know Ryan gave voice to that as well. That's probably something we need to talk about at a future meeting. I can think of some ideas on the fly. But why don't we just note that for something that we'll do a deeper dive in the future.
Okay. And also, in regarding years ago, when there was a waiver, I was probably, I don't know, 2015, we had a legacy score, and then we had what the scores would be if we were to count. And that way we're not holding anything from the public. The stakeholders see what learning gaps were in place, but we also get the legacy score. Would that be an option?
I'll note that as something for us to consider. My note taking with your comments. Okay, anything else, Crystal?
No, sir, that's all.
All right, I appreciate you raising some questions for us to continue to work on. Tracy Cameron.
Yes, I think the one thing I just want to comment is what as we're discussing, I've been doing a lot of listening today, and I think we just really need to make sure that we're talking about, you know, COVID and that time frame that we were not testing, but we need to make sure that we're looking to the future and make sure that we're setting norms for the future as well. I know for me, I really want to go back and talk with my district leaders, principals and district heads to kind of talk about what we've talked about today, to get some feedback from them as well. You know, I see all three options. I see pros and cons of each of them. But think we just need to be mindful of what is going to help or hinder us as we move forward, as opposed to looking back. And so just being, mindful and careful about how we make decisions or suggestions as a group.
So well said. I appreciate that. I appreciate your noting that you'll sort of vet some of these discussions and ideas with colleagues. I think that's a great idea, and I would encourage anyone on the task force to do that. So if this discussions today, if you think, hey, I'd like to solicit the opinions of my colleagues about some of these issues and come to the next meeting informed by that, I think that's a great idea. Anybody else, did anybody not get an opportunity to provide some closing comments? Okay, well then we will move towards adjournment. Our next steps are to write up these notes. We don't do like transcript notes, but we'll try to certainly describe the discussion topics and prominent recommendations, highlighting areas that suggest some next steps. Stay tuned about the timing and the format for our next meeting. I suspect we won't be too far into 22 before we come back together, because there's just too much important stuff to do and not a ton of time to do it in. So I expect we'll have an opportunity to connect again soon. Just want to emphasize something that I heard from the department. Many times your opinion does matter. I want to say we spend a lot of time reflecting on and debriefing and planning around ways that are going to be responsive, and this won't be any exception. And last but not least, hope everybody has an amazing holiday and get to do all the things you enjoy with the people you enjoy being with. And I'll look forward to seeing you in 22. So
thank you.
Adjourn. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.